This is where we left in the previous video by adding the product to cart, that's to local storage. In this video, we are going to take the color and then the size into consideration. And for this logic, we have done it before under the product filtering, which is this. For example, when I click on color, you can see that I'm filtering the product by color by taking this particular color. So, going to be the same process. So let's get back to the product filtering, and that is the product filters. And over here, let's copy the state for size and colors, which is size and product details. Let me put it here. I think I have them already here as selected size and then the selected color. All right, so let's use this one instead. So click on that and press Command D to see where it's being used. You can see that it's being used on the onChange handler for the product sizes. And for the colors too, we have the handler on that. All right, so let's also check for the selected color, which is this. The same way we did for the product filtering. So if you console log the color selected and then the selected size, let's have a look. We have the selected color and the selected size. So let me open the console. So let's click on this product, and inside the console, let me clear it and click on color, and I have the selected color. When I click on size, I have the selected size. So we are going to take this one into consideration. All right. So up here, let's scroll down to this part for the color, and we have as selected color dot name, and the size also going to be the selected size dot name. So let's get back to the product details page. It's supposed to be selected color without the name because it's just a string. All right. So let's open the local storage, and let me click on yellow and L, add it. Let's have a look. You can see that we have the size and the color. All right, they're all set. But one thing is that we want to prevent something here. For example, if the user having selected, for example, the color or the size, you need to throw an error, right? So let's continue into the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by adding color and size to be added inside the local storage. But for this, we have two things to be accomplished. One is we don't want the user to add multiple products with the same name or the same product. So I can go ahead and add more products with the same name. So we will avoid that. And secondly, we want the user to submit the color and the size also before adding it. So the checking is going to be pretty simple. Over here, before dispatching, we are going to make a check as check if user or check if color or size selected. And we can use alert, but let's use the component called suite alert. So over here, we can create a component for it, but I would like to use normal function using the component from suite alert. So over here, if you get back to success, you can see that we are using the suite alert here. So we are just going to use the function or the component as this. So I'll copy this, and inside here, we are going to check if selected color is equal to empty string. Then we are going to return this, right? So let's bring return here. Otherwise, it will go ahead and dispatch the action. So let's bring in the component and put it here. So inside here, we are also going to check for the size as that, and selected size is equal to empty. Then we will say that the icon, I will use error, and I will say oops, please select color. And the same error, and oops, please select size or product size to be more specific. All right, let's save it and let's try out. Let's refresh it and add. You can see that I have oops. When I again click on that, oops. When I click on color and add, size is needed. When I click on that, now I'm good to go. I also want to display the success. So after the dispatching, I can go ahead and display it. Or better still, we can use the data from the store, right? So let's remove this one from here I think is wrong placing is after this one. Then down here, paste that. All right, and going to be success, and I will say good job. Product added to cart successfully. So let's try again. Refresh it. Click on add. Oops, color is needed. Oops, size is needed. And good job. All right, you're all set. The last validation is to check for duplication of products. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to prevent duplication of product to be saved inside the local storage. And we are going to create an action for it. Or we can even grab the data from the local storage inside this component by using local storage.getItem. But we want to have a single source of truth for our data, that is Redux. So all the data must be handled by Redux. So we are going to create an action for it. So inside the cart slice, the logic here is going to be taking the data from cart and display it wherever you want. For example, the product details component. So the action is going to be the same way for adding, but instead we are going to return. The name here is going to be get cart items from local storage. The name is too long as get items from local storage. And let me add action at the end. And here going to be as get items. Let me say get other items. And here we are not going to push, but instead we are going to return this one as that. So here going to be as get items, and even for this we don't need this one, we need the cart items, and that is it, guys. Yeah, and there is no payload for this. All right, so here we are checking in case we have data in the local storage, then we convert back to JSON and return it. So last step is, let's bring this one here and change this one to fetch cart items. And here let's use get or fetch or get. Let me look at the name well. I think it's get, supposed to be get cart items from local storage. So over here, change with that, and everything remains the same. So let's save it and let's get back to the product details page, and we are going to dispatch the action to fetch. So let's require it from here as get cart items from local storage. And let me copy this one and let me put it here as that, and I will say get cart items, and let's dispatch get cart items from local storage. I think I need to wrap it inside this, and there is no ID for this. So let's save it and let's have a look, and let's check the store. And for some reasons, we don't have it here being dispatched on the product. Oh, sorry, no ID for this. And this one should have been the case for it. All right, so let's refresh it. Oh, it's being dispatched, which is this. And let's look at the store, and we have the cart items. So we are going to grab the data from the store and check if what the user is adding is inside the array of these carts. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to prevent duplication of product being added inside the cart or the local storage. When I click on add to cart, let me select color first and the size, and you can see that it's being added inside the local storage, and let's avoid that. So what's going to be the logic? Going to be pretty simple. First of all, we have the ID of the product, which is this, and we have list of products being inside the local storage. So first, we are going to grab the data from the local storage, and we have an action for that, for fetching data from the local storage. Then we are going to take the ID of this product and find if this particular product exists in the array of the cart items. So let's get back to Visual Studio Code, and on the product component, let me implement it after or before the add to cart handler. So here, I will say get data from store. Then use selector, and we have access to state and state dot cart. And let's go ahead and destructure the cart. So here is going to be cart items. Let's check the store and let's have a look. You can see that we have the cart and then the actual cart. I think I have some error. This one is being declared already. It's because of the placeholder I used over here. So let me remove that. And even this console log also from here. And this one also. So let's refresh it and to be all set. All right, so let's check the store. And you can see we have cart and we have the cart items. And this is what we want. So over here, we are going to use JavaScript find method to look through these cart items. So here, I'm going to declare a variable by saying that product exists. And it's equal to cart items dot find. Then pass in the callback function. We have access to the individual items. And we are going to return from here. And it's going to be item dot underscore ID if it is equal to this particular product, which is this one, this particular ID. And it can be found on the product dot underscore ID, or we can get it from this ID also because we have the ID here as that. And I'm going to make use of the ID. Well, this one will always return false because we are trying to compare object. And if you're using triple equal to, then we need to convert these IDs into string because this is not a normal string, but instead an object inside MongoDB. So here, I'm going to convert this one to string. Likewise, the ID also to string. And I prefer to use the product because this one looks more descriptive than the ID, right? So I'm going to be underscore ID. All right, so let's try to console log the product exists. And the find is going to return the actual product if it exists and undefined if it doesn't. So save it and let's get back to the console and let's refresh it. And you can see that we have the product being console logged, meaning that we have the product inside the cart. Inside the add to cart handler, I'm going to add the comment here by saying that check if product is in cart. I'm going to be as if product exists. Then we are going to throw an error by using the switch alert component and paste it here. And we say that this product is already in cart. All right, so let's try. Let's close this and add. You see that this product is already in cart. Let me add is already in cart. Well, everything is fine. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to take the product in the local storage and put it on a page called shopping cart. When a user clicks on this icon, we are going to display that shopping cart. First of all, let's look at the component for that. Inside the users, and this is a component called shopping cart, which is this. So let's go ahead and render this component, and you can see that the path is called shopping cart. So let's get back to app.js, but we have the shopping cart component here already, but for some reasons it couldn't render. Don't worry, we're gonna fix it. So next is, let's see where we have the icon called the cart, and it can be found on the navbar. So let's get into the navbar, which is this. And let's scroll down and you're going to see shopping cart. All right, this one is create account and account. Let's scroll down. Yeah, this is the link, shopping cart and the icon for shopping cart. And for this, don't worry, we'll come back to it. So let's look at it. Why is it that it's not rendering the component? So let me click on this and let's check the console. And you're going to see some beautiful errors. These are just warnings from Kevin CSS, but what we care most is about our own error. All right, so let's scroll down. Calculate total discount price is not a function. And that is shopping cart line number 125. So let's get into it. Shopping cart line number 125, which is this one. So for the meantime, let's remove this and make use of something like 3000, and let's see. And again, the component is not rendering. Let's look at the next error. And line number 168 also. Line number 168, this one, yeah. Let's also change this one. And I think you're going to see that. All right, so our shopping cart is live. For the meantime, don't worry about how it's being structured. We are going to move step by step. So let's look at the structure for it first, then we move on. These are just placeholders for the component to be up and running. And this is the title called shopping cart, and this is what you see over here. And this one going to contain all the products in the local storage. We're going to fetch it and place it here. And this one will give you the order summary, and we can apply the coupon over here. Then if you scroll down, this is where I'm looping through all the cart items in the local storage. So we're going to fetch the actual data, and that is it about displaying. And so before we continue on, let's make the request to fetch the data from the store and display it accordingly. So the logic will be pretty simple. We are going to take the value from the local storage and then display it. And we have an action for that, which is get cart from local storage. So let's bring in use dispatch and the use selector and get, think the auto import is not working. We save it, and up here, get cart from local storage. All right. So below here, going to be dispatch, and const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Then bring in use effect, callback function, and the array. Then I'll pass in the dispatch, and here dispatch, then get cart items from local storage. Let's save it and let's see if the action is being dispatched. And indeed, we have it as that. So let's get it from the store as get cart items from store. And going to be as use selector, then callback function state.cart. And over here, what I want is the cart items is equal to that. All right, so now I can remove this one. All right, we have the list of products simply because I'm looping through using map. So if you scroll down, you can see here that on the cart, I use map to loop through it. Great. But unfortunately, inside the cart, we are not saving the image of the product. So let's have a look. Yeah, so we can go ahead and add the image also. So let's get back to the product and where we are adding to local storage, and that is to cart, which is here. We are going to add the image and going to be as product, and on that we have the images, and I want the first one. All right, so back to shopping cart. So over here is image but not image SRC, and the auth, I want to use the ID or the name of the product. Then let's scroll down, and for the product name, I don't want to use link tag, but I want to use p tag. And let's remove the href attribute and the color and the size. All right, so here I'm checking if there is no size, then we are going to use null. But at this point, we have size because it's a must. So we are going to remove the condition from here as that and as that. And next part going to be the pricing and the quantity. Well, for the images, because we don't have any product with the image in the local storage, so let's go ahead and add one. And I think I have this one already in the local storage, but let's see. All right, it's already in cart. Let me select this color. This one also in cart. What about this? I'm not sure. Yeah, good job. All right, so let's get back to and we have the last one with the image. So we can even go ahead and trash the entire data in the cart or in the local storage. All right, let's continue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by displaying all the cart items inside shopping cart page. So let's go through the components, but before that, let me show you something that I didn't show you previously. So let's get back to the filtering page, and when I click on this, you can see that we have what is called proceed to checkout. And let's locate the product details page, which is this. If you scroll down here, we have add to cart, and the condition here is that if we have items in the cart, then we are going to show this link that is proceed to checkout. Because if we don't have any items in the cart, we are not going to show you the shopping cart page. So when I click on this, it takes me to the same place, likewise this icon. Alright, so let's continue with the shopping cart over here. So let me click on that. Let's look at the component very well. Here we have the image. I think I need to trash it so that you're going to have clean cart items. Alright, so let's refresh it. And this is what we have. At least we need to show something that there is no items in the cart, right? But it's okay. So let me add product into my cart. For example, this. And add it. And I also like to... But why do we have white screen? Don't worry, we'll fix that. So when I click on this, you can see that these are the items inside my shopping cart. And this one going to be the price for the product, the color, and the size, the name. And this one is going to be the quantity the user is buying. So here we are going to show the drop down of numbers. And this is going to be dynamic. We are going to base on the quantity left of the product. Then you're going to display either 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. I will show you when you get there. And this icon is going to be deleting. When I click on that, I'm going to remove this particular product from my cart. And this is going to be the order summary. So the logic here is we are going to change the product quantity here. For example, if I want to buy 1 or 2, then we are going to perform some calculations. So over here, when I click on any of these numbers, I want to increase the quantity buying. And in that way, the price will change. So to achieve that, unless we create an action for increasing or decreasing the quantity buying. So let's get into that in the next video. In this video, we are going to create an action for allowing a user to increase or decrease the quantity of a product he or she is buying. And for this, when a user clicks on this by changing the quantity, two things are going to happen. First, we are going to calculate the new price. Then we're also going to increase the quantity buying, because for the quantity buying, that is what we are going to send to Stripe for the actual deduction of the user credit card. So let's get back to Visual Studio Code. And inside the card slice, we are going to create one more action. And I'm going to copy this. And down here, I'll paste that. And the name here is going to be change order item quantity. And for the action type, I'll make use of change item quantity. So let's look at the flow. First of all, we are going to take the cart items from the local storage, which is this. For this, we are going to create a new copy of these cart items with the updated data. For example, the new price or the quantity. So over here, I'm going to make use of const, and I will say new cart items, and it's equal to the cart items. Then I'm going to use map because I want to create new array from this. Then I have access to the individual items, and here is the flow. For this action, we will pass in the ID of that particular product. Over here, I'm going to pass in the product ID as that, and also the quantity. Perfect. So inside here, we are going to check if the item inside the local storage is equal to the same ID the user is providing. So over here, it's going to be as if the item inside the storage, on that, we're going to have what is called the underscore ID. Let's check one more time and let's see. For the cart, okay, here is empty. So let's check the local storage, and we have underscore ID of the product. So here's going to be dot underscore ID. If it is equal to the product ID, let's convert everything to string. Likewise, this. As that. Then we can go ahead and perform some operations on that. Before that, let's console log it and let's see. It's going to be as the item. Alright, so now we have the action. For the meantime, it's not doing anything. But let's try to test before we proceed to avoid some bugging along the way. So let's get into the shopping cart, which is under users and shopping cart. And over here, let's bring in the use dispatch and use selector, which are here. So let's bring in the action as change order item quantity, which is this. Next step is, how are we going to dispatch the action? Well, remember, we are going to trigger the action anytime a value of this one changes. So let's locate where we have this drop down. So let's scroll down, and this one is the product image and the product name, the size, and this is the price, and this is the quantity, which is this. All right, so let's look at how I am displaying the quantities inside the option. For the meantime, let me remove this one, the logic, and I'll walk you through how it's going to work. So let's remove this one, and let's just use the quantity here, the first one, as that, and let me remove this one also. And the value for this is 1. All right, so let me copy it and change this one to 2 and 3 and 4. So let's see what we have. When I click on that, you can see that we have 4 items inside, 1 up to 4. So this is a handler that's going to trigger the action, and the name here is called change order item quantity handler. For this one, I'm going to use the action over here. So let me comment this one first, and let's bring in the on change as that. And for this, we are going to pass in our action and call dispatch and pass in the change order item. And here we are going to pass in 2 things. For the meantime, let me pass in any ID here. Save it and back here. When I refresh it, and let me open the console, and let me change this. Well, for some reasons, I don't see the item here because the ID I passed in doesn't exist. But if you check the dev2, you can see that we have the cart item action being called. Let's go ahead and display the payload. So let's locate the cart slice, and let's console log the product ID and then the quantity, and let's see. So let's go back to the shopping cart, and here the first one going to be the ID, the second one going to be the quantity. Let me say 2, and let me refresh it and change this value, and you can see this is the ID of the product. And where from this? Well, I think I made some mistake. It's supposed to be as payload instead, or we can destructure it as that. All right, so let me try again, and I got all of them undefined simply because I'm not passing in as an object. So over here, we are going to pass in the product ID, and it can be found on the product._ID. Then the quantity, the value can be found on the event.target.value, or sorry, supposed to be product._ID, and the quantity here going to be event.target.value. So let's save it and let's have a look. Let me clear it and change this one to 3, and we have them as that. But for some reasons, what about the cart slice? Oh, I use this as lowercase d. Yeah, so let's try again. I want to make sure I'm receiving the payload. All right, now I have the payload, that is the product ID, and then the quantity the user is buying. In the next video, let's continue from here. This is where we left in the previous video by receiving the quantity and then the product ID. But for some reasons, we always see 1 as the quantity, even if I change this one to 3. The issue is that inside the shopping cart for the options and for the values, I use 1 for each. So now we have the ID inside the action, which is this. So here we are going to get the new price, right? So here going to be as get new price, and going to be as const new price, then it's equal to the item dot price, then multiply by the quantity the user is passing through. Well, for the new price, for the meantime, we are ignoring the coupon, because if the user have a coupon, then the new price will change after the user applied the coupon. So at this point, we are ignoring the coupon at this point. So let's go ahead and display the new price, and let's have a look at new price. So let's go ahead and trigger the action. So let me open the console and let me select 2. And you can see that the new price now is 40. Let's try to display the price. So let's get back to the shopping cart. And where we have the price, yeah, this one, let's change this one to price and then multiply by the quantity. So let's see. All right, we have $20 and here going to be the quantity, but for the meantime, let's remove this, or let me comment this one and use this and use the price only. So let's try to trigger the action again. When I choose 3, you can see that the new price now is 60. When I select 4, the new price is this. When I select 1, I got 20. And you can see how we are updating the price. And also, we want to increase the quantity also. So inside the cart slice, we are going to make use of item dot quantity is equal to the quantity the user is passing through. So let's go ahead and console log this particular product as the item. And let's have a look. Clear the console and let me buy 4 of them. And let's have a look. And you can see that we still have the old price. So we are going to replace the new cart items with the existing one. So over here, we are going to remove this return from here and make sure that you are inside the new cart array. And we are going to return the item as return. Then after that, we are going to update the cart items with a new one. So here, it's going to be as local storage dot set item. Then we pass in the cart items. Make sure that you use the same name. Otherwise, it's going to have different name because you want to override the existing one. And we're going to pass in JSON.stringify, then pass in the new cart items. Then the total price for this, or I can make use of price. So here, the item.price now is equal to the new price. All right, so let's try again. Let's refresh it. And now we have 2 items inside the cart. If I change this one to 2, you can see that something changes inside this, the first one. All right, so let me open for you to see and put your eyes on the price and the quantity. When I choose 4, you can see that it has been changed from 4 to 160 of the price. And if I make use of 1, the price now is still 160, even though I have changed the quantity. So we are going to add new property called the new price. Let's continue in the next video. Let's fix the issue of the price when the quantity changes. For example, if I change from 1 to 2, let's look at the new price. We have 200. And if I change back to 1, I still see 200. It has been updated with the new price. So to avoid this, we are going to add new property to the product in the cart. So instead of updating the original price with the new price, we are going to add a property called total price. And this total price is pertaining to the particular product. So let's save it and let's change the quantity. And let's look at the product. Over here, we have total price and this is the original price. And you can see that 2 times 200 is going to be 400. If I change back to 4, let's have a look. I still maintain the original price, but instead we have the total price. So let's change this one to a number than using a string. So here, to change to number, we can use built-in method like `int or number, or we can use plus in front of it. Let's save it and let's refresh the page. And let me change to 4 and let's look at the quantity now. You can see that we have a number. So the issue of the pricing changes has been fixed. Let's continue in the next video. Let's continue to work on the shopping cart. In this video, we are going to display the original price with the quantity and then the total price. And also, when you change the quantity, we want to update the product with a new price. So first of all, let's display the total price and the quantity. Let's get back to shopping cart and let's scroll down where we have the price, which is this. Let's remove this one. And here, I'm going to make use of product dot price. That is the original price. Then I will use the multiplication symbol and also inject the product dot the quantity, what the user is buying, and is equal to the product dot the total price. Now I can remove this one, and for the price, let me put $ in front of it. Likewise this. Save it and let's have a look, and it looks cleaner than before. And also, when the quantity changes, for example to 2, unless I refresh the page before I can see the updated data. Let's see how we are going to avoid that, and we can achieve this in 2 ways. One is, upon dispatching the action, we can use the location.window.reload to reload the entire page. Or, upon changing the quantity, we can dispatch an action to fetch the new data from the local storage and put it inside our store. But let's follow React principle, that is, not reloading the entire page. So let's get back here where we are dispatching the action. That is this part. We are going to create a handler for it. So let's scroll up, and here the comment goes like add to cart handler. And it's going to be const change order quantity item handler and equal to arrow function. Then inside here, we are going to dispatch the action, and that is change order item, and we're going to pass in the payload as that. So this function will pass in the product ID, then the quantity, and pass into the action as the product ID and then the quantity. Then let's scroll down where we were dispatching the action, which is this one. So now we are going to use the handler instead of this. So I'm going to remove the dispatch function from here, and I'll bring in the change order item handler. I'm going to pass in 2 arguments. The first one going to be the product ID and then the quantity. So let's remove this one and let's try out if it will work. The quantity is supposed to be event.target.value. Alright, so let's try out. Let's refresh it, and let me change to 3 and refresh. You can see that it has been updated. And I don't want to refresh the page before seeing the new data. So we are going to dispatch the action when the value changes. So we are going to dispatch the action called get cart items from local storage. So I will cut this one from here and paste down here. Let's save it and let's try out. Let me close the console and refresh it, and let me change to 4. And you can see that the value changes. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to implement deleting of data from the cart. When I click on this icon, I want to remove this particular product from the cart, and that is from the local storage. So to achieve that, unless we create an action for it. So let's get back to the cart slide, and this one is for adding to cart. So let's copy this and down here paste it, and I'm going to rename this one as remove from cart. And let's change this one to remove order item. Alright, so let's change the action to remove order item. And let's remove all the code here, and let's start from clean sheet. Alright, for this one, we will take in the ID of the product that we want to delete. Therefore, we need to grab the data from the local storage. So it's going to be as before, const, then the cart items. And even I can copy this line of code, which means the same thing as before, which is this. Over here, we are taking the items from the local storage. If there is no product, then we are going to return an empty array. So inside these cart items, we are going to remove this particular product with this ID. So down here, we are going to create a variable called new items. Then it's equal to the cart items. On that, I'm going to use filter method. And filter method is going to create new array if the conditions that we are going to implement meet. So inside here, we have access to the individual item, and that is a product. And we are going to return the item dot underscore ID if it is equal to the product ID that we pass into this function. This line of code is going to return an array with a single product. That is, if the product ID inside this cart is equal to what we are going to pass in. But we want to filter out. Therefore, we are going to say that if it is not equal to that, then we are going to return all the items in the cart which ID is not equal to the one that we are going to pass in. So we are going to update the local storage as set item, then use the same variable name as cart items, then JSON.stringify, then you pass in the new items. And that is it. So next step is that let's go ahead and dispatch this action. Let's locate the shopping cart and let's bring in the action, which is remove order item. Next is let's create a handler for it. So I'll copy this and here I'll paste that and change this one to remove cart item handler. And here is going to be remove order item. And for the action, we are going to dispatch the remove order item. So I'll place in here. And this action will take in the ID only. So I'm going to remove the quantity here. Likewise this. And I'll not pass it as an object, but instead just a string. And down here, I'm dispatching the action to get a new data in the cart. So let's locate where we have the icon. That is the delete icon. All right, so let's scroll down and let's have a look, which is, I think, yeah, is this handler. And I have it inside already. So now let's replace with this. And that is it. So let's try to refresh. Let's click on the icon to delete. Well, let's refresh and let's see it couldn't delete. So what is the problem? The issue is that inside the cart slice, we are destructing it. So let's use the payload as that. And this one will fix the issue. Let's refresh it and click on the icon. And now it's being deleted. I can go ahead and add more product. For example, this. And let me also add this one. All right, and let's check the cart. Don't worry, with the white screen, we will prevent that. So let's refresh it and let's go to cart. And let me change the quantity here. All right, this one also. And I want to remove this and it's gone and it's also gone. Let's avoid the white screen when a product is being added into a cart. Let me remove the other items here and let's get back here and let me add this one. Let me select the color and then the size, add it. When I click on OK, you can see that we have white screen. The issue is that the component couldn't rerun when we click on OK. That is the OK on the pop-up. So we need to rerun the action to get the data from local storage. So let's locate the product details. This is where we have it. And this is a component that renders for success message, meaning after we add the item into a cart, then we run this. So below this one, we are going to dispatch the action to get the data from local storage. So we're going to copy this action and down here, that is after we add to cart, then I'll paste that. And you can see that this function cannot be reached because I'm using return here. So let's remove the return and put it here. And this one will fix the issue. So let's get back to the cart page and let me remove all of these and let me get back to the product details page and let me add this, select the properties, add, and OK. And you can see that everything is the same. And one more thing before we end this video is, remember, when we add product into a cart, we are adding a new property called total price, which is this. And for this, you can see that we don't have the total price here, unless we go to the cart management and change the quantity to 3. Therefore, you're going to see the total price over here. All right, so let's try to fix this issue. So over here, inside the product details page, we are going to assign what is called total price. And by default, we are going to use the original price as product.price. And this one will fix the issue. And you can see that we have it. So if I change the value, I still have it. And if I remove it and come here and add again, it's being added, go to cart, and we have the values here. All right, I think we missed the quantity also here, isn't shown. So let's see, we don't have the quantity here also. So let's add the quantity. I think we have it here as that. So by default, we are going to give it a quantity of 1 by default, right? So here I will say the quantity here is 1 by default. So when I refresh it, well, let me remove it and let me add one more. And let's see, and go to the cart page and we have the quantity 1. When I change this, then it also changes. All right, let's continue in the next video. In this video, let's calculate the order summary. Let's add one more product and let's find the sum of all the total price. So I want to add this product, which is this, and let's go to the cart page, and here we go. The logic here is that we are going to calculate the total price by adding this value together and put it here. So let's get back to the shopping cart page, which is this, and we have the cart items. So to be able to calculate the total price for all the orders that are in the cart, we are going to use a method in JavaScript called reduce. So below here, I will say calculate total price. And at this point, we are ignoring the coupon and we get back to it as we move on. So we are going to declare a variable, and I'll call this one as sum total. Price is equal to, you will take the cart items and it's going to use reduce method. And the purpose for reduce method is it is used to flatten an array. And also it is used to simplify an array into a single value. And that is what we are going to use. So for reduce, we're going to pass in two arguments. The first one is callback function, then the initializer, and we will start with 0. And inside the callback function, we're going to pass in the accumulator and then the current, meaning the current value. Okay, so we're going to be as current. And inside the callback, we are going to return. Then you will take the accumulator. If you take the accumulator, this one represents 0. That is the first loop. Then on the second loop, we are going to take the current, that is a product in the array, dot total price, and we add to 0. Then it becomes the accumulator. So let's implement that and you better understand. So you take the accumulator and we're going to add the current dot total price. So if you console log the sum total price, let's have a look in the console. And you can see we have 600. So let's do it manually. 400 plus 200 is 600. If I change this one to 4, and let's check the console, we have $1,200. And that is what we are going to dump or put it here. So let's locate the order summary, and back to the shopping cart component, let's find that text as summary. As I think we can search for it manually, but we have it here as order summary. And subtotal, I use this hard coding text. So now I'm going to use the sum total price, and I want to add 2 zeros at the end. And for this, we can create a utility function to convert numbers to currencies. So let's save it and let's have a look. And this is a value. If I change to 3, you can see that it changes. When I change this one to 3 also, it also changes. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, let's dynamically display the number of quantities of a product than using the manual way. And the concept that we are going to use is going to be based on the quantity left. Based on the API implementation, when a user places an order, let's say this particular product, let's say the person bought 4 items of the same product, then we are going to subtract this 4 from the original quantity of this product. Then it will give us the quantity left. So if you make the request to the product endpoint, we have a field called quantity left, which is this. So we are going to base on this one to display the product from 1 to 50. Let's get back to Visual Studio Code and let's see how we are going to implement it on the client side. First of all, let me show you one thing here. Let's get back to the product details page. When you make the request, and if you look inside the store, let's look at the action, payload, product, and we have the quantity left. So we are going to base on this one. But if you get to the cart page, let's have a look. The action, the payload, and on each product, we don't have the quantity left. But instead, we have the quantity. It means that when we were adding the product into cart, we didn't pass in the quantity left. So inside the product details page, that is a component, we are going to add a field called quantity left. And it's equal to product.quantity left. Therefore, we need to trash these ones, and let's start from clean sheet. So let's get back to the product page. Even for this, I can add this one. And if you check inside the store, now we have the quantity left. So we are going to take this one and display the drop down of the quantities from 1 to 10. Therefore, how are we going to use it? Well, we are going to use a concept called array.keys. So let me show you here in the console before we get into that. Let me refresh it and let me clear the console like that. Let's say that this is a product. Then the original quantity left, let's say, is 10. So how are we going to create numbers from 1 to 10? Well, we are going to use this syntax. We bring in an array, then we use spread operator, then we bring in the array. And here we pass in the value, let's say 6 or 10. Then you close it here as that. You can see that the results are all undefined. So to get a value, we are going to use a method called keys as a function call. And now you can see that we have the values from 1 to 9. But I want to ignore the 0 and ends at 10. Therefore, I'll add 1 to each. Then it's going to be 0 plus 1 is 1, 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 1, like that. So let's get back to Visual Studio Code. Alright, and inside the shopping cart, let's scroll down where we have the options, which is this. And remember that we have the quantity left. Therefore, we are not going to use this format. So I'll cut from here and I'll make use of array as we did in the console. Then array, then pass in the number which is product.quantity_left. As that, and use keys on it. Then we are going to loop through it because you want to display some dynamic values as map. And inside, we have access to the individual items or numbers. So let me say X. And we are going to display the options. Therefore, I'll bring in the option. And the option, we pass in what is called the key. The key here, I'll use X. Then the value is going to be X. But I don't want to start from 0. Therefore, I'll add X plus 1. And for the actual value here too, it's going to be X plus 1. Let's save it and let's check it out. Let's refresh it. For some reasons, we don't see it here. The issue might be from the implementation, or I noticed it. The issue here is that we need to return a component from here. So I'm going to cut this one from here and make use of return and GSX as that, and I'll paste that. And this one will fix the issue. Save it and let's refresh it. And you can see we have the product left. That is 10 products. All right, so let me add one more product. Let me use the MERN suit and add, go to cart. And let's see, oh, this product has so many quantities left. Okay, so guys, this is how we can dynamically display the quantities of a product. Let's continue to work on the placement of order. What has left is to add coupons in case we have one. And as it stands right now, there is no way an admin can create coupons because we haven't implemented that. But to have complete placement of order, we are going to create the coupons at the back end. So first of all, let's get back to the API, which is coupons, and pass in the coupon code, the discount. Let me change this one to, let's say, 50%. And then the starting date and the ending date. So let me change this one to New Year Sale. And let me create. All right, the coupon has been created. So I'm going to use this one when I'm placing the order. All right, so before we can get it, unless we create an action to fetch all these coupons. So let's get back to Visual Studio Code, and inside SRC Redux slices, we are going to create one for coupons. And we can duplicate one of these. So let me copy this. That's for brand. And inside the slice, I'm going to create one folder called coupons. And I'm going to name the file as coupons slice. Let me get back to the categories and let me copy this. And inside the coupon slice, let me paste that. The difference here is going to be the endpoint and the payload and the initial state. So let's change this one to coupons. And here as coupon. And let me use now for this. It doesn't change anything. And the rest will be the same. Then the action type is going to be coupon and create. And here we pass in the token upon creation. And here change this one to coupons. And for the coupon, we need to pass in the code. So let's check at the back end, the payload that we need. We need the code discount and start date and end date. So I'm going to destructure it from here as the code, the discount, then the start date, and then the end date. So we are going to pass this one to the request as that. And that is it. So this one going to be fetching all coupons. So we're going to be as fetch coupons. And here as coupons. And let me use dash in front of it. So this one gonna be create coupon. And yeah, that is it, guys. So let's go ahead and handle it inside the slide. So here is going to be coupons. And let's change the action to use create coupon, where I need to rename this one to create coupon. And fetch coupons. Let's change this one to create coupon. The property here is going to be coupon, and the rest will be the same. And for rejected, coupon here is going to be null, and we have the error as action.payload. And this one going to be fetch coupons, and change this one to coupons. Yeah. And for the reset error actions, let's bring in those actions. I think we have it up here. Yeah, we have it already. So last step is let's generate the reducer. So this is going to be as coupons reducer, and change this one to coupons slice. Great. So let's get back to store and let's mount it. So let's bring in the coupons reducer, and here as coupons, then the coupons reducer. So let's check the dev2 extension. You're going to have coupons here, and indeed we have the coupon. All right, so in the next video, we are going to dispatch the action inside the shopping cart. Then when a user clicks on apply, we are going to make a request to find the coupon and apply it to the total price accordingly. Let's continue in the next video. Let's continue to work on the coupons functionality. Let's look at the logic. The logic here is that the user will enter the name of the coupon, for example, New Year sale. Then we'll hit apply coupon to fetch that particular coupon. Then the response that will come back either is expired or it doesn't exist. But based on the implementation of the API, let's get back to coupons, and this is the fetch single coupon. That's what we are going to use, unless we pass in the ID of the coupon before we can get a response. But I want to use the name of the coupon, so we need to modify this one a little bit. So let's get back to the controller of the coupon. So let's get back to the API and controllers and coupons, and here we go. And this is a controller for finding a coupon. So here we are going to use find one, meaning we want to find single object or record, and pass in the name. Let me check, is it name or the coupon? Yeah, code. Pass in the code. And for the code, we can retrieve it in so many ways. We can pass it as query string or in the params or from the request body. But I'll prefer to use the request body. So here's going to be rec.body.code. Then what comes back, we need to check. If it has expired, then we will throw an error. So we say check if expired. And also check if it's not found. So on the coupon, we have a property called is expired. So let's check for the found first. So if coupon is equal to null, for example, let's try to make the request first before implement it. So we need to modify the route. So let's get back to the route and coupons router. And this is a route for getting single coupon. So I'm going to use this. And let's get back to Postman, and let's remove this and pass in the code, and let's pass in anything here to check. Also, let's remove this and send. And better still, we still have that. Well, because we are using two routes, and these two routes, one is to fetch all coupons, which is this. Likewise this. So I can add what is called single to differentiate between fetching all coupons and then the single coupon. So let's save it, and let me add single at the end, and let's see. And you can see we have null. So we are going to, based on that, to throw an error. So we say that if coupon is equal to null, then we throw an error. So let's copy one of these errors here, which is this. And we will say that coupon not found. And let's also check if coupon dot is expired. Let's check also if we have that property on that. So let me use New Year sale. And also it doesn't exist. It's supposed to be W. We have it, so it's expired. So I'll use it as is expired, and we say that coupon expired. Alright, so let's try to make the request, and let me change the name here, and coupon not found. Great, so let's continue in the next video. So in this video, we are going to create an action to fetch a single coupon because we forgot to do that. So inside the slices of the coupons, we are going to create one action. So I'm going to copy this one and paste it here and say fetch coupon, and here as fetch coupon. And for this, we pass in the code of the coupon, and the URL here is going to be coupons/single. And let me change this one to coupons also. And likewise, the creation, let me see. Yeah, I changed that, so that one is okay. So then I'll pass in the body, and I will say code as that. So it's time for us to dispatch the action. So let's get back to the shopping cart. So let's go to component, users, and product, and shopping cart. For shopping cart, this is a form that we have. Well, code is not defined on the coupon slide, which is it. Oh, sorry. This one's supposed to be no payload here, but I need to use it on this. Sorry. All right, let's continue in the next video. Let's continue to work on the coupon functionality. In this video, we are going to dispatch the action. So before we continue, let's look at the form and let's see how we are going to handle it. Inside the component and under users and product and shopping cart. Let's scroll down, and this is a form. Up here, I'm making some condition in case the coupon exists or doesn't exist. Don't worry, I'll explain this code to you, likewise this one, or we can even modify this one using Sweet Alert component. But let's look at the form here. Here, I added what is called apply coupon submit handler. Don't worry, we're going to create this function very soon. And inside the value, I pass in coupon and then on change handler. So this means that we are going to handle the form state. So up here, I will say coupon state. And since this one has only one field, we are going to use the traditional way as coupon and set coupon is equal to use state. And by default, it's now. So let's remove these placeholders. So we are going to bring in the fetch coupon. So let's come here and try if the auto import will work. Well, it couldn't. So let's try to resave the action, slices, and let's resave it, and let's bring in the fetch coupon action. I think we forgot to handle this action inside here. So let's select all of this, and here as fetch single coupon, and change this one to fetch coupon, and change this one to coupon. So let's come here, and we have fetch coupon. So we are going to create a handler for it. So let's see where we have the state, which is this. So up here, I'm going to create a function that is a handler called apply coupon submit. Apply coupon submit is equal to this. And this is where we are going to dispatch the action. So let's remove this placeholder. And we have access to the event as E, and let's prevent the browser default as prevent. And down here, we are going to dispatch the action, and that is fetch coupon. And we pass in the coupon as a coupon name from the state. So if I console log the coupon inside the apply coupon handler submit, let's see. Remember that I'm using the apply submit on the form. Let me show you one more time. For the form, which is this, I'm using the on submit and then the value and the on change handler. So let me get back to the page. Well, I have some beautiful error. Let's check what is wrong. And add case cannot be called with two reducers for the same action type. Well, it's from the action for fetching single. So here's going to be as single. And now it worked. So let's try to dispatch the reaction to fetch the coupon. I think the functionality is fine. Let's cross check. Yeah, it's fine. So let's remove this. Let's save it and let's dispatch the action. Let me refresh it and let me enter something like new. And let's have a look at the store. Rejected, coupon not found. The problem is that I made a mistake at the back end. That is, when receiving data from the request body, we often use post method, but I use get method. And inside the controller, I'm trying to access the property here as request.body.code. So ideally, let's pass it as query string. Going to be optional attribute, right? So let's get back to the router here and everything remains the same. So we are going to pass it as query string. Inside the controller of coupon, which is this, we are going to have access to the coupon on rec.query as that, and this one will fix the issue. So we need to modify the action also. So over here, we are going to pass it as question mark, then the $ curly braces, and I will say code is equal to that, then I'll pass in the code. So this one will fix the issue. So let's try to make the request. Let's refresh it and pass in new year sale and apply coupon, and we have fulfilled, and this is the coupon. All right, but if I type something that doesn't exist, something like this, and let's try, and you can see rejected. In the next video, let's display loading and error and apply the coupon on the order summary here. This is where we left by applying the coupon. So in this video, let's go ahead and display loading and error in case you're going to have one. So back to the component, that is the shopping cart. We are going to retrieve the cart from the store. So I'll copy this one, and up here, I will say get coupon from store, and this one going to be as coupons. And we have access to a single coupon and loading and error as that. So let's rename this one because we have the coupon here. So I can change this one to coupon code to be more specific, right? So coupon code here and set coupon code. Therefore, this one will change to coupon code. And we need to get into the form and change this one to set coupon code. And this one going to be as coupon code. And up here, let's remove the placeholders for the coupon. Great. And let's bring in the loading component and then the error message components as loading components. I think, let me check the name well. Loading components, resave it, and success, resave it, and the error, which is this, also resave it, and back to shopping cart. And let's bring in all these components. And let's also bring in the error message and the success message. I think, yeah, success message. We have all these components. We have coupon, loading, and error, and we also have is added. If you look inside the store, you're going to have all the properties. And if you can see that I have the coupon not found message here, but I want to use the sweet alert. So let's scroll down to where we are dispatching the action. That is the form, which is this one. And over here, this is the error. We are checking in case we have an error. Then I'm going to use the error message component. So I'm going to remove this one and pass in the error message, and the prop is message, then the error as that. Then for success, I will depend on is added and bring in the success. Inside here, I will say congratulations, and I will inject the discount or the coupon value as coupon.discount. And I can even remove this one from here. Save it and let's have a look. Well, coupon not found. What about the loading? So I'm going to use the loading component instead of this one. So I'm going to bring in the loading component. So let's try again. Let me enter something. Oh, oops, coupon not found. If I use the right coupon, new year sale. Oh, good job. You got, I think I need to use the right name of the coupon. So let me check. I think it's going to be nested coupon. So it's supposed to be dot coupon also. as this one, yeah, another coupon, and dot discount. Let's see, yeah, you got, and let me add the percentage as that. All right, there we go. Next step is let's calculate the coupon and apply to the order summary. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, let's use the coupon on the order summary in case a user going to provide a coupon code. So let's get back to the components, and this is a function that calculates all the price for the orders. So let's see the function that's going to help us to get the total price after applying a coupon. The function goes like this. We will take the price of the product. Then we subtract from the price of the product. Then we multiply by the discount. And we divide by 100. So this is going to give us the sum total after we apply the coupon. But here's the case. It can happen that a user is having a coupon or not. So we need to make it dynamic. So up here, we are going to declare a global variable as that. And let's use let. And by default, it's 0. Then we are going to update down here. And also, we are going to check if a user has a coupon. So down here, we are going to check if coupon found. Then we will say if coupon, then we are going to redeclare the sum total. And this is equal to the sum total over here. That's the total price for the product, which is this. Then we subtract from the sum total price, that's the total price for the product, and we multiply by the discount. So we're going to be as multiply by the discount, and it can be found on coupon and dot discount. And for this, it is 50% discount. So I'm going to divide by 100. Let's save it and let's have a look. And you can see that originally this is what we have. But if I apply New Year sale, let's see. We can see that I got 50% of my total price, which is 820. So where from this object, the issue is that we are using nested object inside the input of the form. So over here, we are going to use dot coupon. And this one will fix that. So let me remove it and make use of, let's refresh it and make use of New Year sale. Well, I still have it. I think I should use dot discount also to get a value, the actual value. Yeah, now I have the value over here. Let's also change this placeholder here, which is this, and I will say enter coupon code. The placement of order is coming to life. What has left is to click on proceed to checkout. When I click on this, then I want to come to this page. And on this page, this is where I want the user to enter his or her shipping address. Then finally, we will click on confirm to make the payment. So let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to fix some minor issues, and also we are going to use the saved subtotal as the order total. So first step is, let me copy the text, and back to the shopping cart component, I want to find this particular text, which is the total down here. That is the order total. So I'm going to use the sum total price also, which is this. Let's see. You can see that it looks the same. When I change the quantity, it reflects in these areas. That is the subtotal and then the order total. The next step is about the coupon. Inside the form, I need to use the right data in the state. That is the input. Over here, I mistakenly used the data from the back end. That is the cart. So I'm going to use the coupon code instead so that I can reset the form. So over here, when I apply the coupon, for example, New Year sale, and apply, oh, coupon not found, it's supposed to be this one instead. You can see that it couldn't reset the form. So to reset the form, I'm going to empty the state after submitting. So let's come up here for apply coupon, which is this. Then down here, I'm going to set coupon code to empty string or null. And this one will fix the issue. So let's refresh it and apply something. And you can see that it worked fine. Let's continue in the next video. Let's continue the process of placing the order. We are almost there. The last step is to the payment page. So when the user click on proceed to checkout, let's have a look. It's going to render what is called order payment page. And on this page, we are going to allow the user to add his or her shipping address. And then we will take this shipping address with a combination of the order items. Then we can send the request to Stripe for payment. And also on this page, we are going to display the same order items here as that. This one is for user experience, and you can ignore that because we have the logic over here. Before we proceed, let's look at the component for this order payment page. I'll copy the link here and back to app, which is this, and I'll find this particular component, which is order summary. Right click and go to definition, or better still, you can go to component, users, products, and order payment. This is a component for that. And we have what is called shipping address component. If I remove the component, you can see that it is gone. And let me bring it back. And we have the order summary, which is this. And this one contains all the orders, which is the same as this. And for this, you can ignore displaying the orders. But like I said, I just want to have user experience. So we are looping through the same way we did for the shopping cart list item here. It's the same process. So let's look at the component. This component loop through the cart items, and after you fetch, you're going to see the product on the page. And these are the tax and the price subtotal. So for the meantime, let's focus on the add shipping address component. So when I right click and go to definition, or better still, go to users and forms and add shipping address. Over here, we are going to allow the user to update his shipping address. So on the order payment page, first of all, we will check if the user has shipping address. If you check inside the store, and to be more specific, users, and let's go to user of and user info. And over here, we have a field called has shipping address. And you can see that this user don't have any shipping address. So we're going to base on this one to determine for the user to add shipping address. Now that we know the component, the next video, let's continue from here. Let's continue the process of placing order. Well, at this point, we have all what we need. That is the order items and then the total price. What has left is allow the user to add shipping address. So let's click on proceed to checkout. On this page, we are going to allow the user to add his or her shipping address. And going to be based on condition. The condition is that before the user will click on confirm payment, we are going to check if this user has shipping address. And on the user, if you check inside the store, and let's locate users and user of and user info and user found. Here we have a field called has shipping address. If it is false, then we are going to render this component. Then the user will add his shipping address. And that is it. And from there, we will take the shipping address with a combination of the cart items with the total price for payment. So over here, let's start with the order items. We are going to display the order items the user is trying to buy or purchase. Or we can ignore that, but to improve user experience, let's go ahead and display the order items also here. But on this page, for the order items, we are not going to perform any calculations, for example, changing the quantities, but instead, just to show the user for confirmation. So first of all, we need to grab the data of the user. So next step is we need to take the order items, which are these ones, and place it on this page. To achieve that, we have two ways. One is we can get into the store and grab the order items, which are these ones. Or on this page, that is the shopping cart page, upon clicking on this button to proceed to checkout, we can pass this data as a prop to the link component. Then on this page, we are going to use what is called use location to grab the data from the location state, and that is all. But you don't want to send much data using the link component, because it can happen that the user might have 20 products or 80 products to purchase. In that way, it will not improve user experience. So we are going to grab the data from the store. It's going to be the same process as we did for the shopping cart. So let's click on the shopping cart, which is this. Over here, we are dispatching the action to get the data from local storage, which is this. So let's copy this and let's remove these placeholders. And let's get back to the order payment page. Over here, we have a placeholder so that our application will be up and running. So we are going to paste it here as that. So we need the use dispatch and this action. Next step is let's grab the data from store, which is this. I'll copy that up here and let me paste that and let's remove this. So with this one, it's taking the cart items from the store and display it accordingly. And this is the function or the function for looping, which is this. So over here, before we continue, let's save it and let's have a look. Well, I need to bring in the use selector and use effect. So the auto import is fine. Likewise, the use effect. Save it and let's have a look. You can see that we have the product. The next step is let's display the images. And for the image, it's going to be multiple images. So we are going to use the first index images and take the first index. And for the auth, let's use the name or underscore ID. Save it and let's have a look. Where we have an error, it says that cannot read property of undefined. Oh, sorry. The product in the cart, we use only one image. So we can use single image. And yeah, we have it. Let's also display the price and then the quantity. So we have the size, the color too. Well, yeah, we have red and it's going to be product price and it's equal to the product dot total price. Let's see. And we have it. Let me add $sign in front of it. And there we go. We have it as that. Next step is we need to calculate the sum total. So the same logic as we did for calculating, we can also implement that. But for this one, we are going to use the link component to send data to the next component, because this is going to be just a single data or a single text. So let's locate where we have proceed to checkout, which is somewhere here. You can see here that I added some comments by saying that pass data to checkout page. So let's modify this one to be able to pass data. So I'm going to remove this one from here and this one and use to attribute as that. To send data from this component to next component, we are going to use what is called state. And inside, we're going to pass in an object. And here, it's going to be key value pair. I'll call this one as data. Then the value is called sum total price. So on the other component, we have access to that value inside what is called use location. Let's bring in use location from React Router DOM. And up here, I will say get data from location. And it's going to be use location, then assigned to a variable called const, and I will say location is equal to that. Let's also log the location and let's have a look. When I click on this, it's supposed to be from this component, which is this, to this. So let's see. We have an object and inside we have the state and we have the data. So we can go ahead and destructure the state. So over here, it's going to be, I'll call this one as data is equal to use location dot, supposed to be location instead, location dot state. And to make it more descriptive, let's make use of sum total. Yeah. So here, change this one to sum total. So now let's go down and let's see where we have the order summary, which is under the taxes 00 and subtotal, which is this. So I'm going to replace this one, this function, and use this. And let me add .00 at the end. And that is it. So let's have a look. Let's refresh it. Well, I'm not getting that value. So maybe unless I try again. Yeah, now you can see that we have the subtotal from this component to this component. How cool it is. Great. The next step is working on the shipping address. This is where we left in the previous video by displaying the order items. In this video, let's work on the adding shipping address. And to achieve this, unless we create an action for it. Before that, let's look at the endpoint as the API for updating user shipping address, which is this. It's going to be users/update and then the shipping. Then you pass in the details about the shipping address. So let's get back to the action for users. So we're going to be Redux slices and users slices. So do we have an action for updates? Oh no, we don't have it. So I'm going to copy this one for registration. The difference here is going to be the method, payload, and then the endpoint. Paste that, and I will say update user shipping address. And here as update user shipping address. All right, so here's going to be update shipping address. And over here, let's pass in the accepted data. So over here, let's destructure the properties as first name, last name, and postal code province, and lastly it's about the phone number. Then I'm going to use this one over here. The endpoint is users update / shipping, and it is put method. Let me look at the endpoint, users update shipping. Yeah, so that is it. And let's handle it inside the action here. Let me copy one of these, paste that, change this one to shipping address. So here's going to be update user shipping address action, loading through, and update the user, and state loading is false. Yeah, we are all set. Let's save it and let's see. Good job, we don't have any error. Let's continue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by creating the action for updating user shipping address. Next step is let's dispatch the action. Let's get into the order payment and let's go to the add shipping address component. Over here, let's bring in update user shipping address. We need the use dispatch and use selector. And I think that's all what we need for now. And this is a form for updating the user. So let's remove this one. We have the first name, last name, address as you saw. Do we have country and city over here? Well, let's look at the back end for that. I'm not sure we have those fields. So let's cross check again under users, and for shipping address, we have country, and yeah, country is part of it. So let's cross check if you use country over here too. No, so let's add country also and destructure it here. Let's get back to the component. And over here, I have already handled the form for you. So let's go ahead and console log the form data. And let's see what we are going to get. Let's open that. And don't worry about this warning, is the way we are looping through the data without passing in the key attribute or prop. So let's pass in something here to make sure that everything works fine. Just let me text. Yeah, we have the values here. So it's time for us to dispatch the action. So let me bring in the use dispatch here as dispatch, and use dispatch const dispatch is equal to that. And inside here, dispatch, then update, then pass in the form data. Now let's try. Let me add, let's say email, last name, and address, and city, and country, province, postal code, and phone number. Where we have an error, bad request. So let's see inside the store, rejected for the action, payload, token expired, meaning I need to log in. Well, the issue here is that I'm not passing in the token upon making the request. So let's locate this one. Which action are we passing in the token? There is no one over here. So let me use different action, for example, product. And this is how we take token from the store. And up here, before dispatching, paste that. and say get token. And as a second argument or third argument to Axios, that is here, I'm going to pass in the config. So now I'm passing in the token, so it will fix that. Let me try again. Where we still have the error, so I think I need to log in again. So let me log out using the manual way by deleting the user from local storage. And let me get back to the login and log in as admin. Success. Let me go to my order page and pass in the shipping address. And let's have a look and see that shipping address has been updated. If I look inside the state and user and the user of, even for user, I have the user here, you can see that we have the shipping address. And as soon as the shipping address is being added, we are going to change has shipping address to true. You can see that now it is true. In the next video, let's display loading and error upon updating the shipping address. This is where we left in the previous video, so let's continue from here. In this video, we are going to display loading and error in case we're going to have one. Then we are going to hide this form if this user has a shipping address and display the shipping address instead of the form. First of all, let's work on the loading. So we need to grab the data from the store. And if you look at the store, when the user updates the shipping address, we have loading true, and when everything goes right, loading is false. So we can go ahead and destructure it from the store. So back to the add shipping address component. Let's bring in use selector, and we have it here already. And down here is going to be use selector. Then we have access to the states, and let's return the users. Then let's destructure the user and comma loading and error as that. Down here, you can see that we are displaying the shipping address of the user. For the meantime, ignore this. And let's focus on the loading part of it. So let's also remove this placeholder. And is equal to that. So let's check one more time. Inside the state, we have users loading and we have the actual user here. And inside of this user, we have the nested user and then the shipping address. So we need to dive in to get the actual user details. But let's move step by step. So over here, let's bring in the loading component and then the success message component and the error message component. Down here for the button, we are going to make condition to check, which is this. So I'll select and cut it and make use of loading. Then we will display the loading component. Otherwise, let's display the button. And for the error, I want to display it here as in case we have an error, then we will display the error message component and pass in the message as error.message. All right, let's save it and let's see if we're going to have some errors and everything is fine. Next step is we need to display the shipping address over here instead of this. So the caveat here is that we don't have access to the shipping address of the user because at the time the user logs in or register, the user don't have any shipping address. But after the placement of order in the cart, that is where we are adding the shipping address. So we need to create an action to get a user profile. On the user profile, we have all the properties about the user. So let's get into that in the next video. This is where we left by displaying loading and error in case you're going to have one. In this video, we are going to create an action to get a user profile because if you look inside the store, the user profile is empty. So let's get back to the user slice, which is this, and let's look at the endpoint. The endpoint is get profile / users and profile, and that is all. So we are going to copy one of these. So let's start with the register user action. Or to most specific the update, because for this we have the token. So here I'll paste that and change this one to user profile action and get user profile action. For this is going to be the action type as profile fetched, and there is no payload for this, so let me use just placeholder as payload. And inside the body there is no payload, but we need to pass in the token, which is the config. So here change this one to profile, and inside the slice let me copy this, and down here I will say profile loading true, and here I will change this one to the user profile and change the action to get user profile action. And that is it. So let's go ahead and dispatch the action over here. So let's require the get user profile action, and on page load I want to dispatch the action. Below here I'll make use of use effect, then the dependencies, pass in dispatch, and inside the body dispatch, then get user profile action, save it, and let's have a look. Where we have an error is supposed to be get method instead. Let's see. All right, it is happy, and let's check. We have user profile being fetched, and inside the users we have the profile, and this is what we are going to depend on. And if you check the user, we have the shipping address, and on that too we have has shipping address. So we are going to use the profile also as the way we are destructuring inside the add shipping address. Let's continue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by dispatching an action to get a user profile. In this video, we are going to display the user shipping address in case the user have one. So let's get back to the components. So over here, we need the profile as part of the state. So let's look at the path well. Let's get back to state, users, profile, and inside we have what is called user. So I can do nested destruction. So I'm going to, or better still, I can declare a variable and pull the shipping address and this one. Otherwise, unless I do nested destruction. So down here, I will say const, then the user is equal to, then I will take the profile. Let me change this one to user data, or I can even remove this one because I don't need it. Is equal to dot, let's have a look. Profile dot user is dot user and dot shipping address. Save it and let's have a look. Let's refresh it. and we have the shipping address down here. But I also want to check if the user has shipping address. So I don't want to grab the shipping address like that. So let's see. And over here, we have the user details, and we have what is called has shipping address. And from there, we have the shipping address. So we are going to base on this one. User.has shipping address. Then we are going to display the details about the shipping address. So here we go. Let's get back here where we are making the condition. You can see here that I make use of user.has shipping address. So let's try to console log dot has shipping address, and let's see. Save it, and let's check the console, and we have it's true. And you can see that I got my shipping address details, and there is no form. Here I use if the user has shipping address, then we are going to display this component. And I use user.shippingaddress.firstname. Otherwise, we are displaying in the form, which is this one. Do you get it? Yes, but one problem here is on the address. There is no value, likewise the country. So what is the issue now? Let's look inside the store of users and profile and user and shipping address. Well, we don't have country on it. It can happen that at the back end, I modify not to use country. Or, so let's check again at the back end. Yeah, we have country is here. So let's get back to the user slice, and for update, country is here, and country is here, and address is here. So let's try to console log the payload to make sure that we are receiving the address and the, let's see. Now to have the form, unless I change the condition. So I will say that if the user don't have shipping address, therefore we have the form. So let me enter something here, quick over here. Oh, you can see that we got undefined. All right, let's fix that issue in the next video. In this video, let's fix the issue of the country property on the shipping address. The issue was that at the back end, we are not using the country upon updating. So let's bring in the country and country down here. Save it, and let's try again. First name is Ima, last name, and add. And let's look at the store. We have the payload, user, shipping address, and now we have the country. So let me bring back the actual logic. So let's remove the exclamation mark, and let's have a look. And we have the shipping address. So the last step is to click on confirm, and then it will take us to Stripe for actual payment. Let's continue in the next video. Finally, we are almost done with the placement of orders. The last part is to send these orders for payment. And based on the logic of our API, first, when a user clicks on confirm payment, we are going to save these orders inside our database. Then the same request will send to Stripe for actual payment. Then after successful payment, we will update these orders in our database. So let's look at what we need. Based on the implementation of our API, it needs these orders, and we have it. Then the shipping address. Then we need the subtotal. This subtotal will be saved inside our database. So next step is we need to create an actions for this. So let's get back to Visual Studio Code, and else I will say Redux slices, and let me copy one of these, for example, the product. And this one is going to be orders. It's going to be the same concept, but with different data and then the endpoint. Over here, we need the orders and order. Let me change this one to null and loading error. For orders, we don't want the admin to delete any order. Then let's create the action. So I'm going to name this one as place order action. And the action type is order and place order. And let's remove this console log. For placement of orders, we need the order items. And we also need the shipping address. And we need the total price. And that's all what we need. So let's remove these ones, and we are going to use this payload and send to the endpoint. And I'm going to replace with this object and these ones. The endpoint is orders. And let's remove these ones from here. We are not going to handle any form data. Then we need the token. So let me add a comment here by saying token and here as request. Then for fetching all, I'm going to name this one as fetch orders and here as orders and list all fetched. And let's remove this URL. Likewise this. Let's use the placeholder for payload. And the endpoint is going to be / orders. And we are going to use the base URL. And that is it. And we can also fetch single order. So here I'm going to make use of fetch order or get order. Let me check if I use fetch or get. Okay, I use fetch for all. So this one is fetch order, and the action type is going to be details. And we need the ID of the order, and the endpoint is going to be orders and the ID of the order. Yeah. And for the slice, this one is going to be orders. Then for the slice, let's change this one to orders. And for the actions, let's start with the create. This one is going to be place order action, and loading here is true, and change this one to order, and here order is now for the error part. And for fetching all, change this one to fetch orders action, and here we are going to use the orders, and here orders is now. For fetching all, we don't need is added. And yeah, so let's also remove this one from here, and that is it. So this one is fetch all, and this one is going to be fetch single, and here is going to be fetch order action, and change this one to order, and remove is added. Likewise this. Yeah. And for reset error action, it remains the same. So that is all what we need for the action. Next step is let's go ahead and think we need to create the reducer or generate. So here is going to be as orders reducer. Let's get back to the store and bring in the orders reducer. And here is orders and then the orders reducer. Let's check inside the store if we have it. Hey, there we go. We have the orders. The next step is to dispatch the action for the actual placement of orders. Let's continue in the next video. This is where we left, whereby we created the actions for the orders. In this video, we are going to dispatch the action to place an order. So let's get into the users and product and order payment. And this is where we are going to dispatch the action. So let's bring in place order action. And down here, I will say place order action. Here we are going to create a handler for that. So it's going to be const place order and is equal to arrow function as that. Inside here, this is where we are going to dispatch the action. So I'll bring in dispatch and the place order action. And for this, we are going to pass the shipping address and then the order items. And we have the cart items here. Likewise, the shipping address. I think we don't have the shipping address. Yeah, the shipping address is inside the add shipping address component. And better still, we can also grab the data from store inside this component. So let's get into the add shipping address, which is this. And this is a logic for getting the user profile. So we need to dispatch the action. So I'm going to copy these ones, user profile, and back to the order payment. Up here, I'll paste that because we need the shipping address of the user. That's why we need to dispatch the action for getting the profile. Let's bring in the action here, and that is it for the user profile action. So let's try out and see. Hey, there we go. We got the user profile, and we check that and see that this is a user profile. And what we need is the shipping address. And down here, we are grabbing that. So let's check the console because we are console logging the shipping address down here. And let's have a look. Well, where it's supposed to be shipping address. And we have the shipping address down here. So inside this, it's going to be an object, or better still, I can do something like this. I will say get shipping address, and it's equal to const shipping address is equal to this as that. So inside here, let me remove this console log. Inside the action, we are going to pass it as an object and the shipping address and then the order items, or let me say cart items. But what we want to use is called order items, and let's assign to the cart items. So let's go ahead and dispatch the action. Let's locate where we have confirm the payment, and for this, let's use the sum total price here as that. So let's have a look. Yeah, we have it on the button. Let's remove this one and let's use the place order handler. So let's refresh it and let's click on confirm payment and let's look at the action. Well, we have an error, but the good news is that it's being dispatched, which is this. And if you look inside the payload, it says that coupon does not exist. Well, this issue is coming from the backend, the way we implemented it. So we need to modify the endpoint for the orders. Remember, for the API development, because at this point there were no client side, so we were handling the logic of the coupon inside the API itself. But this time around, because we have connected the client side, we handle the coupon functionality at the client side. Because over here, when I try to apply coupon without passing in, you can see that coupon not found. And if it has expired, I will know from the client side before proceeding. So we need to modify the endpoints at the back end. So let's locate the placement of order, which is this. It's supposed to be the controller, which is the orders. Over here, you can see that we are grabbing the coupon from the query. So we need to remove this logic. So this logic is just for the API development. And let's scroll down. Yeah, that's all what we need for the placement of order. Now let's go ahead and place an order. So let's go to proceed to checkout and confirm. Let's check it out. Well, you can see we also got rejected, which is this. And we have order validation failed for the shipping address. All right, so let's avoid this in the next video. Let's fix the issue of the shipping address validation. Let's get back to the action. That is where the problem lies. And this is the action for that. Over here, we are passing the content type as multi-part form data. If you do that, it means that we are sending multi-part data, but in this case, it's only JSON data. So let's remove this. And this one will fix the issue. And last step is that on the order payment, we also want to send the total price. So here is going to be as total price, and we are going to use the sum total price. And that is it. So let's go ahead, refresh it, and let's make payment. Great. So let's check the store, and we have order placement fulfilled, which is this. Inside the payload, this is the link for the user to enter his credit card details. Let's copy it and let's get back to Google and let's have a look. And this is a form, and you can see that this is a business name and the total price is this. If you check, it's exactly as this. It means that our calculations are perfect. And the product details, as we've seen over here. Now I can go ahead and make the payment. So for this, we don't want to do the manual way by selecting the link and paste the URL before the user can pay. But instead, we want to redirect the user automatically. But I think we made some mistake here about the product. It's supposed to be order slice. Yeah, so let's change this one to orders. And let's update it. If you couldn't have the pop-up, you need to manually, import it in the right way. It's supposed to be slices and order slices. So now everything remains the same. So we don't want to do the manual way. And this is a response on the data we have what is called URL. If you check inside the store, I think the action is done. So let me try to place the order again. Don't worry, we're going to have duplication of orders in our database, but don't worry. So let's click on confirm payment and pending and order placement fulfilled, which is this. And on the payload, we have what is called .url. So we are going to use that. And to be able to redirect, we need to use the built-in method from JavaScript, and that is window.open. Then pass in the URL, and we have it on data.url. Now let's go ahead and make the order. I'll click on confirm payment and let's have a look. You can see that I have the pop-up, and if I enter my details and pay, you can see we have processing and it's done. And you can see that it has redirected me to this URL, that is /success. That is what we specified inside the backend. Let me show you one more time. Inside the backend for the payment, which is this, we have the success URL. So we are going to use the actual component. All right, so let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to display loading when the payment is processing, and also we want to display thank you page after the successful payment from Stripe. And as you saw, we need to go to /success because that's what we specify at the backend. So we need to create a component for it, and for this you can use any component of your choice. And I have already prepared one for you, which is thank you for ordering. So we are going to use this. Let's get back to the app and let's bring in the component thanks for ordering, and copy that, and let's use any of these. Okay, for the orders, paste that, and this one is going to be thanks for your order, and here is going to be success. Oh, it's supposed to be inside the public route. These ones, yeah. This one. So here is /success. Save it, and here we go. But for this, I don't want to send much data, just to send the thank you for your order, and that is it. So I'm going to remove these ones and just maintain this. So let's get back to the thank you for your order component. And yeah, this is the UL for the product. Let me remove that. Okay, you can use any component of your choice. And this one also, I want to maintain. Or for this, I can continue shopping and it will take us to the home page. Okay, I would like to maintain this. And let's also remove this. Yeah. So this one, continue shopping. Next step is let's display loading and error when the payment is in process. So let's get back to the payment, which is this. And do we have the loading? No. So let's bring in the loading component. Likewise, the error message and then the success. But for success, we are going to display the thank you page. So there's no need for that. I want to display the loading and error. So over here, I'm going to cut it, then loading, then I'll display the loading component. Otherwise, display the button. So let's try. Oh, we have loading. Well, I need to grab the data from the store. That is the orders, which is this. So let's try. I think I have rejected was the issue. Don't worry, we're going to fix it. So inside, we are going to have orders. And here we have the error and loading. Do you get it? Yes. So let me copy one of these. Yeah, this one. And for the handler, let's remove this placeholder. And I think we have the handler here. Yeah. So I can go ahead and grab from the store as orders. And what I want is the error and loading. But we already have the loading here, which is it. So we can rename this one to order loading and rename this one to order error. So we are going to use the order loading instead of the other loading. So let's see. Let me click on this. Hey, you can see we have the loading. After that, we have the form. Perfect. What about the error? For the error, I want to display it somewhere here, or I can put this one in the fragment, and it's a wrapper that's going to wrap the other element. And up here, it's going to be, if we have the order error, then we are going to display the error message and make use of message and order error dot message. Yeah, we are all set. Now you have complete application. Let's refresh it and load in, and boom, there we go. Perfect. All right, so let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to display the number of items in the cart and display it here. And also, as soon as the user places an order, we want to empty the cart. So let's start with displaying the number of items in the cart. So let's locate the nav bar, which is this one. Let's get back to the folder structure, SRC, component, nav bar, and here we go. For this, we have two ways to achieve it. One is we can pull the data from the local storage and use array method.length on it, and it will display here. Or we can pull the data from the store. But I want to have one source of data, and that is our store. So I'm going to rely data from the store. To achieve that, unless we dispatch the action to get the data from the store. And we have the same implementation inside the shopping cart. So let's get back to product and shopping cart. And this is the action for getting the data from the store, which is this. So I'll copy this one, and back to navbar, I will place it here. And let me add a comment as get data from store. So let's bring in the action. I think, yeah, the auto import is fine, which is this. And also let's grab the actual data from the store using the use selector, and we have the same implementation as this. So I'll paste it here as that. Next is, let's locate this particular icon. Let's scroll down and we have it somewhere here. Yeah, this is the implementation. Here I use some placeholders and the logic is like this. I'm using length on the items in the local storage, that's the cart. If it is more than 0, then we are going to display that number of items. Otherwise, we are going to display 0. So this time around, we are going to use the cart items from the store. Let's save it and let's have a look. And we have 2 items. If I go back and let me go to MERN and I want to add this, put your eyes on the number of items and add to cart. You can see automatically we have it being updated. Next step is I want to empty the cart when a user places an order. So let's get back to the proceed to checkout. Well, we have an error, so let's check what is wrong. Inside the console, where we have so many warnings, this one is because we are not using the key attribute when we are looping through some list of items. Don't worry, this is a minor issue. We can fix it very soon. But the most important thing here is called range error, invalid array length. So what is the meaning of this error? It simply means that we are looping through an array of items which is less than 0. And the issue is from the shopping cart. And this is where we are looping through line number 126. Over here, we are spreading the quantity left of this product and then display it accordingly. But the number for the quantity left is less than 0, meaning it is negative. That is why we have this error. If you check inside the local storage, let's check for the last item. And let's look at the quantity left. You can see we have minus 45. That is why we had this error. Don't worry, we're going to avoid in case it is out of stock. Then we're going to disable the button. But for the meantime, let's try to empty this and we are going to add a product which has some quantities left. So let's come here and I believe this one will be good to go. Yeah, this one is in stock. Great. So next step is when I click on proceed and I enter my credit card, I want to empty this. And it's going to be pretty simple to implement. Let's get back to the payment page, which is order payment. And where we are dispatching the action to place order, which is this. And this is the action. So we are going to empty the storage as empty cart items. And we're going to use local storage dot remove item. And we are going to remove the cart items. And this one will get a job done. So let's refresh it and let me click on confirm. All right, so let's check. And you can see that we don't have any data yet, but we still see this component and its subtotal, even though there is no product. So let's hide this one in case there is no product in the cart. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to disable a button if a product is out of stock. In the previous video, we were working on the logic that is when a user places an order, we want to empty the cart. But I have changed my mind. In some cases, a user wants to buy the same order in the future. So removing the cart item for me is not ideal, but for you, you can maintain it. So I'm going to remove the logic for that, which is this. And let's work on the disabling the button. Let's locate the product details component. So let's get back to component and product and product. Inside here, we have access to the product details. So let's locate where we have the product details, which is this. If you console log that, let's have a look. Product. And inside the console, yeah, this is a product and we have the properties. We are going to check the quantity left. If it is less than 0, then we are going to disable the button, or we can add a tag called out of stock. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's locate the button called add to cart. So I think it's somewhere here. I like to find as add to cart. Yeah, this button. Let me select and cut it and make use of if product dot quantity left is less than or equal to 0, then I'll paste this button, otherwise paste that. For the first one, we are going to remove the onClick handler and I want to add disabled equal to true. And also, I want to remove the background color of indigo and make use of gray. And I don't want any hover effect on the disabled button. And I want to add some inline style and cursor. I'll use not allowed. Yeah, so let's try out and see. Let's get back to MERN and we have a product. I think this one. And you can see that the button is being disabled. Perfect. In this section, we are going to work on the product review. And the actual implementation has been done, and that is the API. First of all, let's look at the folder or the component for this. When we click on leave a review, it renders a component called add your review. And over here, the rating starts from 1 to 5. So I'll modify these values. So let's locate where we have this component. Before that, let's locate the product details page and let's find this particular link. So let's get back to the product details and let me search for leave a review, which is this. You can see that it takes us to add review and then the product that I want to review, that's its ID, and leave a review. So this one is underscore ID, product details underscore ID. So let's see if we're gonna have the ID. Well, let's refresh it and leave a review. Well, I think I need to use the right. It's supposed to be product instead. Yeah, supposed to be product instead. So let's try again and leave a review and we have this ID. So let's locate this add review component. So let's get back to app.js. This one will help me to find that component very quickly. And this is a component, right click and go to definition. Or better still, you can go to reviews and add review. And over here, I have handled the form for you already and the rating and then the message. So for the rating, I don't want to use 1.5, 2.5. So let's remove that and let's use 1 up to 5. So this one will be gone. Likewise this and this and this. So if you console log the form data, we are going to see the actual data. So let's try to choose 2 here and I will say normal. And add review, and we have them here as message. In the next video, we are going to create the action for adding review. This is where we left in the previous video by discussing how this component works. In this video, we are going to create an action for dispatching adding of reviews. So let's get back to the Redux. So let me close these ones. And first I'll see Redux slices. And I want to copy one of these. For example, the coupons. So I'm going to rename this one as reviews. And the file name also going to be as reviews slides. And the difference here is going to be the initial state values and then the endpoint. So this one is going to be reviews and review. Going to be empty object, or I can give it as null or empty objects, okay? And loading and yeah, everything remains the same. Here as create review, and change this one to create review, and here as review. And for the review, we may need the rating, the message, and then the ID. So here is the rating. We are just destructuring the payload, the message, and then the ID of the product that I want to review. And here we are passing in the token. And let's remove this one from here as image as make request. And the endpoint is reviews. And / the ID of the product as ID. Then we pass in the rating and then the message. Yeah, that is it. So let's go ahead and for this one, I don't want to fetch all reviews because it's going to be associated to a product. Or if an admin wants to approve the review, then you can implement this. So here it's going to be as, yeah, I think I can even remove this one also. You don't need single review. And for this one too, if you want to update, then you need to implement that. But let's move step by step. And here as reviews, and change this one to create review action. And for fetching all and these ones, let's trash them. Yeah, and change this one to reviews reducer. And the slice also as reviews slice. Last step is let's mount as reviews reducer and reviews reducer. Let's check inside the store and we have reviews. Let's continue in the next video, guys. This is where we left in the previous video by creating the actions for the product reviews. So let's locate add review component, and it is inside component, users, and reviews. Over here, let's bring in the dispatch. Use dispatch instead and use selector, and also create review action. And let's create instance of dispatch as const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. And inside the handler, this is where we are going to dispatch the action as dispatch and create review. Over here, we are going to pass in the ID, then the message, then the rating. So for the message, we have it in the form as form data dot message. Likewise, the rating, it's also as form data dot rating. And for the ID, we can get it from the params, which is this. So you're going to use a hook from React Router DOM as use params. And here, I will say get params. And it's going to be const params is equal to use params. And I want to destructure as the ID and reference here as the ID. So it's time for us to dispatch. For this, I'm going to make use of, let's say 5, and I will say excellent. And add review. Let's check the store. Review for failed. All right, we have it. And I also want to display loading and error. So let's bring in the error message. Then I need to resave those components, error message and success, and also for loading. So let's get back here and error message, success message, loading component. So let's target the loading first. That's on the button, which is this. Select all and let's check for loading. Well, I need to get the data from the store first. So let's have a look. Inside the store, we have reviews. So here I will say, or below this, I will say get data from store. Use selector. At this point, I believe you know how to do it. And I'll take the reviews. And what I want is the loading, the error, and then the actual review. And for that one, I don't need it. All I need is added to show the component for success. So down here, let me start again and make use of loading. Then I will show the loading component, otherwise this one. And for error, I'll make condition as if we have an error, then display the error message component, and the message is equal to the error dot message. And for success, it's going to be the same as success, but for this, it will depend on the is added, and I will say thanks for the review. Yeah, so let's try again. Yeah, good job. Thanks for the review, because we have it in the store already. So when I try to choose this, well, let me refresh it. Let's say 4, and let me say better, and add review loading. And you have already reviewed this product, guys. How awesome it is. All right. So after that, then you need to display the reviews here accordingly. Let's get into that in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by adding a review to a product. In this video, we are going to display the number of reviews over here. So let's get into the product details component, which is this. And let's locate the component for that, which is this. Let's look at how it works. First of all, we are using a star icon from Tailwind CSS, which represents this. Next step is that we want to display this icon 5 times. That is why we use numbers from 0 to 4, meaning 5 items. Then we look through and display the icons as we see on the page as 5. If I add, for example, 5, also you're going to see 6 stars as that, but we want to display only 5 of them. Then we use map method on this array. And with that, we are going to make some condition. And here we pass in the key as rating, that is 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Then the cool part here is the class name. And inside here, we want to add some classes to this to indicate that it is 1 star or 5 stars or 3 stars. So the condition goes like this. If the product details, so for this, is supposed to be the product itself, but not the product details, because now we have the actual product here. And on that, we have what is called average rating on the product. And it goes like this. If the average rating on the product is more than the one inside the array, that is 4, then we are going to display 5 of the icons. So with this, if I change this one to, let's say, 2, what will be the result? Save it and let's have a look. You can see that we have 2 stars. If I change this one to, let's say, 5, and we have 5 stars. So we are going to base on the average rating. And the actual logic has been implemented at the back end. For each product, we're going to have average rating. So let's have a look. Over here, we have the average rating as 5. And let's convert this one to a number. So it is going to be the product dot average rating. And to convert to a number, we can use plus in front of it, or we can pass this one to a number or parse it. So now let's see. And you can see that we have 5 stars. And I also want to display the number of reviews. So here we are going to make use of the product average rating. So this one is just like for screen reader to show you that this one is for average rating. And I'm going to remove this one or comment that one. So now let's see. And we have 5 stars. Perfect, guys. Next is I want to review a product that I haven't reviewed before. For example, this one. You can see that we have not a number. So we are going to hide this one in case there is no review. So before that, let's try to give a review, or let's fix it first before doing that. So over here, we are going to make a condition as this. If we have average rating, then use that. And otherwise, we are going to use 0. So let's see. Well, I think the logic is not perfect for our likeness. Well, because we don't have the average rating, or we can make use of this. If this product dot reviews dot length is more than 0, then we are going to use that. Otherwise, use 0. And this one will fix that. So let me leave a review and let me give it 2 and say good. And let's see. Good job. Now, when I get back to the review, you can see that 2.0 that is 2 review. Next step is let's add the actual message down here. And let's scroll down. And I believe it's somewhere here as reviews. Yes. So over here, we are taking the reviews on the product. So here we are going to use the actual reviews on the product and pass it in the key. And here too, we are going to use the rating the same way we did, and the actual rating here, the message. And let me remove this one. So let's try and see. And you can see that we have it down here as 2 reviews. And if I log in as a different person, I'll be able to see another review. For this one, this is what we have. But for the author, think inside that. Let's see if we are populating the author on the review. So let's see reviews and then the user. We are not populating this. So let's fix this one in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by leaving a review and display all the reviews. In this video, I want to add the author of the review, the person who created the author. But unfortunately, you can see that when you fetch the product, inside the review, you don't have the actual user. But instead, we have the ID of the user, and that is what we use, which is this. So we need to convert this one back to the normal object to have the user. So at this point, we need to get back to the API, that's the back end, to implement this. So let's get back to the API, and this is what we've done in the API development. So let's get back to controllers and product. And let's locate this controller as get single product. Over here, we are populating the reviews. So we are going to do what is called nested population. So you bring in the object and you provide the path. The path is called reviews. For this one, we have explained them intensively under the API development. Then we bring in populate. And what do you want to populate? We want to populate a path. The path is called the user, which represents the one we saw in the dev2, which is this. And we can select the first name or the full name. So let's select is it full name or first name? Let's see. Before that, let's try to fetch and let's see the actual property. So now you're going to have that. So let's refresh this, and that action will be dispatched. And it has been dispatched. Let's look inside the payload, product, reviews, and inside you can see that we have the actual user. Let's use the full name. Let's select the full name only. So here, select the full name. So now let's see. Let's refresh it. Where we have an error, so we have what is called Mongo connection error, meaning our server. Let's restart it. All right, connected. So let's refresh the page, and let's check inside the action, payload, product, and reviews, and we have the full name over here. So we can now display that it's going to be user dot full name. So let's get back to the product details component, and this is what I'm referring to. So it's going to be user dot full name. Now let's see, and we have admin here. What about the date, the created at? So here we are going to use created at, and we have it down here, but you can see that this date is not all that readable. So let's try to format it. So I'm going to cut this one, and we are going to use to local date string. Before that, unless we create instance of date and we pass in our date, then on that we have what is called to local date string. Save it and let's have a look, and we have perfect date. All right guys, let's continue in the next video. In this section, we are going to work on the customer profile. Before we continue, let's look at the component for the user profile. When I click on this icon, you can see that it has rendered a component for me. So let's look at the structure for that. Inside the SRC, component, users, and profile. Click on the customer profile. And over here, I use some placeholders to make our component up and running. And I have implemented the logic already. All what we need is to pull the data, and we are all set. So inside here, we have another component called customer details. And this component will take the email, date join, and the full name to be displayed here. Then the next component over here, we are checking for loading and error, and we are looping through the orders and display it accordingly. And also, I want to display the shipping address, and this is a component for the shipping address. Inside the folder, this is where we have the two components for the customer details and then the shipping address details. Well, when you fetch the data, you better understand the flow, and we have the action already to get a user profile. All what we need is to pull the customer from the store and then display the data accordingly. Well, let's continue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by going through the component for the profile of a customer. So in this video, we are going to dispatch the action to fetch the user orders. And let's locate the action for that. If you get into Redux, Slice, and user slice, let's have the action to fetch the profile, which is this. So we need this action inside the customer profile. So let's require it here as get customer or get profile action. And we need the use dispatch and use selector as that. Inside the component, I'm going to declare comments like dispatch as always, and const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. And let's bring in the use effect, and the auto import is fine. And pass in dispatch, and inside here as dispatch, then pass in the get profile action. With this one, let's see if the action is going to be dispatched. Let's have a look. And you can see that customer profile fetched. If you look inside the payload, we have the customer details, including the shipping address and the orders. And if you open the orders, these are the orders this particular customer has placed. Right, so let's try to pull this data from the store, and it's on the users.profile. Let's get into that. Back here, I will say get data from store, and we are going to use selector. We have access to states, and then we are going to return dot users. And let's destructure the error loading, and the actual profile is equal to this. So now I can remove these placeholders. So let's console log these properties. That is the error, then the loading, and the profile. Let's have a look if you're gonna get what we want. Perfect. You can see that we have the profile. First of all, let's fill up the customer details, which is this, and it can be found inside the users dot these properties. Right. So we are going to pass in that. I think we have it already been displayed here, as you can see, because I am using them in a component. And this is a component for customer details. I grab the email as you saw in the console. Then we also have the date joined, and I pass date to the new date, and I use to date string to have more readable date like that. Alright, so next step is let's also display the orders. Inside the orders, these are all the orders that we have. But unfortunately, inside the orders, we have sub item, and that is the order items, which are also array. So how are we going to display the orders? Well, if you make use of dot orders, you're going to have an error because orders is an array. So we need to return the orders from this particular orders field, and we are going to use map for that. So here I will say get orders, and it can be found on equal to the profile dot users dot orders. And let's remove this one from here because we have it here. And if we console log the orders, let's have a look. As you can see, we have, it's supposed to be user. Yeah, supposed to be profile is here as user. Save it, and let's open. And you can see that these are the orders. But we want to display the order items. So first of all, we need to loop through the orders, and then inside we need to also loop through the order items and display it on the page. And that is what you see. You can see here that these are the orders, and then we have the order items. So let's see how this one is working over here. Let me remove these orders and let's go through. Here I'm checking for loading and display loading and error and display error. And here, if this user don't have any orders, then you display no order found. Otherwise, we're going to take the orders. As you saw, it is an array. And down here, I place the order number, which represents this ones. Then the date placed, which is this. And for this one too, you know how to format date to more readable. And this is the date placed, which is this. And then the total price for that order, which is this. And the status here, I think it is pending. And the admin will manipulate this one to delivered or to shipped. So the next one going to be the order payment method, and then the product. And this is where we are also looping through. Remember, inside the order, we have the order items. So I'm going to be order.order items, and it's an array. That is why I use map on that to loop through it. and add the key here and have the irrespective properties of the order. So this one is image, and it's supposed to be this one, and I want to use the name as that, or the ID. Well, it's okay. And the product name, the discount price. Well, this one, we need to modify this one. We're going to have this property on the order, but let's save it and let's see what we have. Okay. Well, for some reasons, you don't see the image. So let's look at it very well. Inside the profile, users, profile, and user, orders, and the order items, which is this. So let's see. Well, maybe at the time this order was placed, the image wasn't added or implemented. Let's look at this one. I think this one will have the image for this order. Yeah, so I think if you scroll down, we're going to have one with the image. Oh, cool. Here we go. These ones without the images were implemented before we added the file upload in the client side. So this is how we can look through the orders. So let's have a look at the shipping address details. And here too, we have them as that. Because we pass in, look at the shipping address. I pass in the profile, user, and the shipping address. So if you get back to the shipping address component, I am using the shipping address and display the names accordingly as that. Now, we need to focus on the admin, because it is the admin who's going to update the customer order to delivered or cancelled or shipped. And here you can see that payment method not specified, meaning that this user did not enter his credit card to pay, even though the person clicked on order and some reason the person cancelled it. That's why I don't see the amount over here. I think for the last one that we did, we can see the paid details. Well, none of these ones is being paid. Don't worry, in case we have some error. Definitely we'll come back and fix it. Otherwise, the next video, we are going to focus on the admin part. In this section, let's focus on the admin dashboard. For example, admin need to manage orders and stocks. So let's go to the admin dashboard by going to /admin. For the meantime, let's do it manually. But after that, we're going to do it programmatically. That is, when the admin logs in, we are going to hide these ones and show the dashboard for the admin. And for now, I want to hide this one by doing it manually. So I'm going to the SRC app, and for the navbar, I want to hide it for now. And I want to focus on the admin responsibilities. So over here, we have done with the adding of product. What about manage stocks? And this is where we are going to display all the products, and we know whether a product is out of stock or not. So before we can get this one done, unless we have an action for it. So let's get back to the Redux slices product and product slice, which is this. I think we have the action to fetch all products already. So we need to go to the admin dashboard. And to be more specific, let's have a look at the component, which is product list component, this one. And it can be found inside the component and admin, product, and manage stocks. This is where we are going to dispatch the action. So I'll bring in the fetch product action. Then the use dispatch, use selector, and use effect. Cool. So let's come down here and make use of dispatch. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch, and use effect then pass in dispatch as dependencies, and inside here dispatch, then fetch product action. Let's save it and let's have a look. Let's refresh it, and well, we have an error. And it says that cannot destructure property of URL. Well, I remember remember that we need to pass in the URL. So let me show you one more time inside the product filtering page. Let's get back to users and product filtering. Here we need to pass in the URL because the way we have implemented the action. So let me copy the base URL like that and come here and let me put it here, and let's require the base URL. Inside the action, we're going to pass in the URL and I will use the product URL. And for this, I don't want to perform any filtering. I just want to display all the product. So this one will fix the issue. Let's refresh it and product fetch for failed. So let's grab from the store as product. So here, manage stock, and after dispatching, I will say get data from store, and it's going to be use selector and state, and let's grab state.product. Let's see if it is product. Yeah, and inside here I can structure these properties. So it's going to be const, then the product loading, and error is equal to that, and it's equal to that. So let's remove these placeholders, save it, and let's have a look. Well, we have some beautiful errors, so let's check what is wrong. Inside here we have some warnings. These are warnings from Tammy CSS classes, but what we care most will be somewhere here, and that is product .map is not a function, meaning that we need to do nested destruction, because inside here we have the product, which is this. So inside here I'm going to do nested destruction, or I can do product.product, but I prefer this one instead. This one will fix the issue. Save it and let's have a look, and there we go. You can see that everything is fine. So let's see the data structure. Over here I use product.length to give me how many products exist in application, and after that we have a button called add new product, and here we have a button called add new product, which is this. And after that, checking for loading and error and no data found. Otherwise, I loop through this data using a table, and we have the properties about the product, the category, status, total quantity, and inside the table body, this is where I loop through the product and display them accordingly. I think for the image, we need to use images, and I want to have the first image because this one is an array of images. Save it and let's have a look, and you can see that everything is fine over here, and we can see the total quantity, total sold, and then the price. Next step is we need to implement the updating and then deleting. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, let's give more details about the product. For example, the status. When the product is in stock, we need to display in stock. But when it's out of stock, we need to say that product is out of stock. And if you look at these two products, you can see we have negative products left. And this is not ideal. Well, we got negative simply because by the time we implemented the logic, we have already purchased these products. But don't worry, we can delete this one, and in future there will be no negative product because the logic has been implemented to disable the button when the product is out of stock. So let's change this one based on the quantity left. So here, if the quantity left is less than 0, then you say that it is out of stock, and it's going to be pretty simple to do. All right, so let me show you. Let's get back to the SRC component, admin, product, and manage stocks, and let's locate where we have stock. And this is the table, and we have the brand name. Then I think I can remove this one, new department for this. Here I use a property called out of stock, but I don't have this one on the product. Or let's see, do we have out of stock? Let me cross check again. It's supposed to be product, and product. We have size. Well, I don't have it, so I'm going to rely on the quantity left, this one. So over here, I'm going to make condition. That is, if product dot quantity left is less than 0, then it means that it is out of stock. Otherwise, otherwise it is in stock. All right, so we are going to use this span for this. And for the in stock, we are going to use this span and put it here. Now I can remove this one. Yeah, and let's have a look. And you can see that we have these two products being out of stock. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to implement updating of a product by the admin. And this is a logic. The logic going to be the same the way we add product. But the difference here is that we need the ID of the product that we are going to update. Then the data that we need to update with. If you look at the implementation of the API, that is the update, we need the ID of the product and then the payload. So we are going to implement this in the same way in the client side. So first of all, when we click on this icon, we need to take this particular product ID and put it inside the URL. Then on the component, we are going to take that ID of the product and find in the DB and update. So the implementation is going to be the same for adding products. But the difference here is that we need to pre-populate the product in the field. Then the user will change which one to update with. So to make our life easier, we are going to use the same component for adding product, for updating product. So let's get back to the component, SRC, and admin, and product. We have one component for update, which is this. But I prefer to use the add product. We're going to duplicate it and then change it. So here I'll copy and paste, because the same logic that we need for dispatching the action and the file upload, because we have the same logic also. So I'll call this one as product update.js. And let me change the name here to update as update product. So let's continue, guys. First of all, let's locate where we have the button to click. Let's get back to the manage stock and we are going to find this one. So let's get to the manage stocks and let's locate the icon for update. This one is for delete and I think the update will be here. Yeah, and you can see that I pass in the product ID and admin /products and edit. If you trace the structure of the component, let me copy the path here. I want to find where this route is, even though we've seen it, but let me show you here also. I think pass in some ID here. Well, I couldn't find it. Maybe I messed up with the typing. So let's do it manually by going through. This is the admin route. Yeah, you can see that this is the component called update product, but I want to change to use what is called product update. I think I need to rename the component to product update. In this case, you're going to have the auto import. Change this one to product update. Yeah, perfect. So let's get back to the manage stocks and pass in the product ID. So when you click on that, we are going to render that component. So let's have a look. When I click on it, you can see that that component got rendered. So we need to modify this. Now that we have the component being rendered, the next step is that we need to dispatch the action for updating. But for this, we need two actions. One action is to fetch the single product, then the actual action to make the request to update the product. So let's continue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by displaying the component for updating a product. But guys, I need to change something here. And that is for the product update, we are not going to update the image field, simply because at the back end, we didn't implement that for the updating of the product. You can see this is a controller for updating product. And if you look inside the update, there is no implementation for updating the image. Based on this, I'm going to give this one to you as a challenge because practice makes a man perfect. Your assignment is that configure this controller to accept file upload. The trick here is going to be the same as the adding or creating product. Then on the client side, make sure that you are going to update this product with the image. Because of this, I'm going to remove the image field here. I'm sorry for that, but try on your own. In case you're stuck, don't worry, I'll be there to assist you. So let's get back to the admin and product update. First of all, we don't need the image field. So I think I have the image somewhere here. No, I think we have the states as the files. Yeah, this one. So I'm going to remove the files logic. Likewise this. And our application will crash. So let's see the error. Yeah, on line number 95, 195, which is this. No files is here. And no file also here. And 100, yeah, we have it. So let's see. 121. Also, yeah, this one is for the error check-in. Let's see. And 257. Line number 257. 257. Yeah, this input. So we're going to remove this div. For file upload, you'll be gone forever. I think it starts from here. Yeah, the entire component. And 280, which is this. All right, we are checking for loading. All right, so I think I can remove this condition and change this one to update. Let's have a look. Now everything is fine. Don't worry about this pop-up. You're going to fix it very soon. So let's see. You can see that we have the state from the store. That is nice. The next step is that we are not going to send form data, right? So I think I use some form data here. Okay. No. Yeah. No. I don't have it here. Yeah, we are all set, guys. We are all set. In the next video, we are going to create the action for updating. This is where we left by modifying the update component for a product. In this video, we are going to create the action. Like I said, we're going to have two actions to how the product update comes to life. So let's get back to the Redux slices and product slice. And let's copy the creation of the product. And here I will paste that and change this one to update product, and here as update. And we want to update these fields. So let's remove the files, and we are going to send the same payload to the request. Copy it, and inside the Axios, we don't need to pass in form data. So I'm going to remove this one like that. And here it's going to be object. Then I'll paste the properties. And this one is going to be /edit or update. Yeah, it is / the ID. Let me have a look at the update well. It's products and the ID. So let's see. Yeah. So here pass in the ID. And let's also grab the ID also from here. And pass in the ID here. Next step is let's handle it inside the slice. This one is for creation. And paste it here and change this one to update. And the action is update product. For update, you're going to have is updated, because you want to use this one to be able to display the success message and then the error message. So here, to be on a single product and rejected, it's going to be is updated false and error. Yeah, we are all set, guys. We are all set. The next action is a single product, that is fetching a single product, and lucky for us, we have it here already. So we are all set to update a product in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by creating the actions for product update. In this video, we are going to update the product. So let's get into the product update. First of all, let's require the action as update product. And we need fetch product. First of all, we are going to repopulate the fields with the data from the product. And that is from the managed stock here. Because I want to have these ones inside the form, so that the user can decide which one to update. So we need to dispatch the action. But first of all, unless we grab the ID from the param, and that is a URL, sorry. So let's come here. Where is the component? It starts from here. Let me add a comment here as dispatch. And after that, I will say get ID from params. And we need the use params hook. And the auto import is fine. So here, as always, we need the ID in the param. And I want to destructure it as that. So next step is that I need to fetch single product, and it's going to be use effect, then the dependencies, pass in the ID, and then the dispatch, because use effect is going to depend on this one to re-render the component. So here is dispatch, then fetch product, then pass in the ID. Let's save it and let's have a look inside the store, and we can see that product details fetched. Next step is that let's grab the data from the store, and that is a product details. And lucky for us, we have the logic inside this component already. So let's have a look, which is product. I believe is somewhere here. Yeah, we have get product from store. So I need to bring this one up here, because I want to use the product and populate with the form here. That's the initial values of the form. So if you console log products, you're going to have nested products. So let's see. Don't worry about this warning. We can fix it pretty easily. You can see that we have product inside. So let's go ahead and destructure it, or we can make use of products.product. But I prefer the nested destruction as that. So for the name, it is going to be product.name. Save it and let's have a look. You can see that we have the name here. But for the sizes, we're not going to do that, but instead the price, the total quantity, the description, because these ones are handled by different components. So description, I'll copy this and paste it here and change this one to description for colors, and then the price as that, and the total quantity as product dot total quantity as that. So let's have a look. And you can see that we have the values inside. Now it's time to dispatch the action. So let's bring in the update action, and we have it here. Inside the submit handler, which is, on submit handler, I need to change this one to update product. And for this, we need to pass in the ID of the product. And we have this ID in the param as we did up here. So we'll be all set to update. So let's see. Let's refresh it. And when I click on this, I think the button is being disabled. So let me see. Update button, which is, you can see that it's disabled already here. Yeah. So when I click on update, let's have a look. Well, we have some error. You see that update rejected. Now let's see. The endpoint is not found. API is supposed to be put method inside the product slice. For update, I forgot to change. This one to put method is back. So let me try and update without the data. And let's see. You can see that product updated successfully. And you're going to have the previous one because I didn't enter any data yet. All right, so let me avoid this pop-up thing. It's too troublesome. Over here we are going to rely is updated but not is added, this one. So I want to change this one, all instances of this to is updated as that. So now when I refresh it, I want to see those pop up because we're relying the data in the store when the product is being updated. So let's refresh it. Or let me get back to the manage stocks and click on this. And you can see that we have the product in here. and I want to change this one to sneakers 2, and let's see. Yeah, good job. So when I check inside the store on the payload on the product, well, you don't see sneakers 2, we still see sneakers. So what is the issue? All right, let's continue in the next video because I don't want to make this video long. In this video, let's fix the issue of product update, even though the action is being dispatched, but the product is not being updated. The problem is inside the product slice. We can see here that for the headers, we are passing in what is called multi-part form data, and we are not going to accept any file upload. So let's remove this, and we'll be all set. So now, when I get back to manage stocks, and I want to update this one to use MERN suit 2, and let me update. Don't worry, we will change this one very soon, and let's check the store. Update in the product, we can see that it is being updated, but the category and then the sizes are all gone. So we need to prevent this. Meaning that we need to get back to the backend. I want to implement server-side validation. So inside the backend, we are going to make sure that the user is passing in all these properties. So over here, I'm going to make a condition that, let's say validation, or we can pass validation to true here, but sometimes it does not work. I don't know for some reasons, but let's see if this one works this time around. So let me update without passing in payload. These are empty data, so let's try and see. Well, we have an error. Let's see rejected. Okay, you can see that we have validation is required, but why is it that we didn't receive the error? So let's have a look inside the console. Cannot read property of product of undefined inside the component. So let's locate product update line number 84. Product update line number 84. Yeah. So the issue here is that by the time the component got mounted, there is no product, but I'm destructuring the product on that. So here we need to modify this one a little bit. And also I'm not using the error here, but don't worry, I'm going to do that one very soon. Because of that, I'm going to modify this one, the product. So it's going to be as let product details. Or better still, I can make use of the product and use product.product. So let me see where we have the product. So here it's going to be dot product and name dot product dot name, and here as product dot price and product dot total quantity. So let's see. Now let's try to update, and you can see we are still on the page, but let's try to display the error. So if you check inside the store on the product, we have this error as that. So you need to pass in the error. So we are going to bring in the error component, which is this. So up here, which is this, I'll copy this and change this one to error message, and the error will be from the error dot message, and this one going to be product updated successfully. Yeah, you'll be all set. So update. Let me refresh it. Well, we don't see the error message. Let me cross check again. Yeah, we have the error here dot message. Oh, sorry, supposed to be if you have an error, then display that. Yeah, you can see that we have it as that. Now everything is fine. So let me get back to manage stock. I want to update this one to have more stock. So click on update and let me choose this size, then the category, brand, and the color, the price. Here I want to update to 200 stock. So let's get back here. And now you can see that it's in stock because I have updated the total quantity. Perfect. The last part is going to be the deleting. I'm going to be pretty simple. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to work on the orders. When you go to the home page of the admin dashboard, we want to display the recent orders. And we're going to fill up with the right data over here as well. But let's start with the fetching of orders. Before that, let's look at this particular component, and which is at the home of the admin. So if you get to the app.js file, which is this, and over here we have the admin route, and you can see that we have the home route as that, and this is a component that renders that. And if you right click and go to definition, you can see that this is a component, or better still, you can go to component, admin, orders, and orders list. And this is what we are going to display. And inside we have what is called the order statistics, and is a component. If I right click, and you can see that this is a component for that, which represents these ones. For the meantime, let's work on this one. Well, before we continue, unless we have an action to fetch all orders, and I believe we have the action already, so let's cross check inside the Redux, slices, and order slices. And this is the fetching of orders, so I'm going to require this action inside the orders list. So let's bring in the fetch orders, which is this one, and use dispatch, and use selector, and lastly use effect. I use this data to display the data inside the table as this, but we are going to use the right data. So let's come inside here, and I will say dispatch as always. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch, and bring in the use effect, and inside here dispatch, then pass in fetch orders. Save it, and let's have a look inside the store. Let's refresh it, and we have orders fulfilled. If you look inside the store, we have orders, and we have the orders and orders array. So up here I will say get data from store, and it's going to be as use selector, then the state, and state dot orders. And let's grab the error and load in. Let me cross check again the properties, orders and dot orders, before we have another orders. So let's lie on this one, and we can do nested destruction to get this one. So I will pull the orders here, and let's console log the orders. Let's check it out. Well, I have an error. Let's check. Meaning cannot destructure. Yeah, maybe I'm not pulling the orders, or sorry, supposed to be orders for this. Yeah, great, we have it. But what I want is the orders, so we're going to be dot orders as dot orders. And let's see, and you can see that we have the perfect array. Next step is let's look through and display it in a table. In a table, start from here, we have the table head, the order ID, the payment method, the order date, the delivery date, the status, and many more. And inside the table body, you can see that I'm looping through the array of people which represent this. Now that we have the order items, I'm going to use the order item. So here, I will change this one to orders. And let's save it, and let's have a look. And you can see that these are the orders that we have. So let's use the right data. Let's change this one to order. And I'm going to select multiple instances by pressing Command D on Mac. And here, I'll change this one to order. And for the orders, let's look at the properties well. We have, so we are going to display these properties. First of all, let's start with the order number, and let's look at the table. That's the first one, that's the order ID. So this one represents the order ID. So I'm going to change this one to the order ID. And we have the order IDs over here. Next one is going to be the payment method. So let me look at the property well. On the order is payment method. That's the second one, which is this. And for the key, let me use underscore ID. And remove this one. This one is for screen readers, so let's remove that. Likewise this. The next one is, let me look at the table well. Going to be the order date, which represents the created at. So this one going to be the created at. The next one going to be the delivery date. For this one, I want to leave it as empty or as not specified unless the admin update it. So for the meantime, I'm going to use not specified. Let me say unknown. Then after that, we have the status, which is this. Next one is the total price. So here is going to be total price. And let's remove this pen. This one is for screen readers. So let's save it and let's have a look. You can see that the data structure has messed up. That's the order. So let's try to fix it. Let's start with the first one. We have the first TD. Each element must contain in the table data, but for this, it contains 3 items: the order number, payment method, and then the created act. So we need to put this one in a TD. So I'm going to copy one of these, and the next one is going to be the payment method. So I'm going to replace with this, and I can remove this one from here. Then I can copy this one also, and here paste that and use the created act. Now I can remove this one also, and this DL will be no more. So now let's save it and let's have a look. And you can see that everything is in order. Let's try to format this to have readable date, and even for the unknown, let me remove the code around it. And for the created act, as we did before, we are going to make use of new date. Then you pass in the date and to local date string. And there we go. So let's try to display the loading component instead of using this loading. I think I have it somewhere here. Well, for this one, I'm not displaying the loading and stuff. So let's go ahead and bring in the loading component, and then the error message, and then the success message. And here, let me place the error here, or I can wrap it inside a fragment as that. And up here, let's check if you have an error. Then we will display the error message and pass in the message, error.message. And for loading, I want to show it inside the TD. So I'm going to cut the TD from here. And first of all, I want to show the loading. If loading, then I will display the loading component. And also, if there is no orders, that is orders.length, if it is less than or equal to 0, then we are going to use the no data found component. The auto import is fine. Otherwise, we are going to display the table with the loop. And you can see we have loading and we have the actual data. Yeah, but I think I can display the loading even before displaying the table, but it's okay. Let's have a look one more time. Yeah, it's okay. All right, so all the orders are being displayed. The next step is that we need to use the right data over here. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, let's display or calculate the statistics for the orders. For example, today's order or total orders, and let's say in this video, let's work on the statistics of the orders. For example, today's orders or minimum and maximum orders. And we already have the endpoint that get a job done, which is / orders, sales, and stats. When we make the request, you can see that this is the data that we got back that contains the minimum sale, the total sales, the maximum sales, the average sale, and then the sale today. So we're going to pull this one into the client side. So let's get back to Visual Studio Code, and to be more specific, the orders slice. So over here, we are going to create one action to get a job done. So I'm going to copy one of these and paste it here, and I'll say get orders statistics. So here is going to be as orders statistics as that. And I want to keep track about the statistics, so I'm going to declare a variable called statistics. And this one is going to be null by default. So let's look at the endpoint, which is this. So here as statistics. And the endpoint is orders, sales, and stats. Let's go ahead and handle it inside the slice. So I'm going to copy one of these. And this one is going to be stats. Change this one to orders statistics. And loading is true. And here we are going to use the stats. And in case we have an error, we are going to upload the stats. All right, that is it for the action. In the next video, let's go ahead and dispatch it. This is where we left in the previous video by creating the order statistics action. So let's go ahead and dispatch it. And this is a component that we want to display. So let's locate that. Inside the orders list, this is a component called order stats. So we can call the action here and pass in as a prop, or we can go to the component itself and dispatch the action. And that is what I'm going to do. All right. So over here, that is the order statistics. I'm going to bring in the use dispatch, use selector. You can see that the format is the same among all. And I will need the use effect and order statistics action. Yeah, there we go. So inside here is going to be dispatch. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Use effect. And bring in the dispatch. Then orders statistics action. Save it and let's have a look inside the store. We have the action being fulfilled. And if you look inside the orders, let's see, we have orders and we have the statistics, which is this. And I love it. All right. So let's go ahead and pull it from the orders. So we need the use selector as get data from store. Use selector and state dot orders and const is equal to that. And we need the start loading and error. This one is supposed to be like this. So let's console log the stats. That is the statistics. And we have it as that. And it's inside the orders. And we have the total sale, the minimum sale, and then the average sale. So let's start with the sales today. So let's change this one in the background color for this card to something different. So let's locate the first one. Remember that this is an array. Let me go ahead and then grab the actual orders here. Let me declare a variable here as statistics and is equal to the stats and dot orders. So let's see. Let's save it and let's have a look. And as you can see, we have it as an array. That is a single array with one object with these properties. So what we want is a value. And for this, we have so many ways to get it done. One common way is to use map method to loop through this array and filter out with the minimum sale. Or we can use filter method also. And also we can get the values only and put it in an array. And we can use index to get the values. And that is what I'm going to use. So here I'm going to declare a variable called values. So it's going to be const and then the values. And remember, we are going to use object.values. So I need to assign this one to a variable called object to be more specific. And I'm going to call this one as statistics. Then I'll bring in the object.values. If I want to get the keys, then I'll make use of keys, but I want the values inside the array. Then I'll take the array, which is the object, and I'll take the first index. That is 0. So if I console.log the statistics, let's have a look. And as you can see, we have them as that. So here, if I want the minimum sale, then I will make use of index 1. So let me show you here. If I make use of index 0, you can see that we got the now, that's the ID, index 1. And as you can see, we have it as that. So you need to know the pattern. The minimum sale is at index 1, index 2, index 3, and index 4. So let's start with the index 1, which is this. So let's rename this one to minimum sale. All right. So which is this? Here I use a background color of pink. So let me use, let's say red. Is it okay? Yeah, something. And you can increase the opacity as that. This okay. And for the text is white. Yeah, I think I can change the text for this one. You can modify it. Yeah. So here I want to change the text to something like more white. Then the value also make use of 2. So here we are going to use the statistics. Then I'll take the second index, which represents 0. And I want to add the $sign in front of it as that. And I want to remove this one, that's the view all, from here. And even the A tag as that. And you can change this icon. And you can get this icon from what is called hero icons. And over here, you can search for any icon of your choice and use it. All right, so next one going to be this one. So let's also display, or let's change this one to minimum orders. as, which is this minimum order. Then you need the maximum order also. So this one is for start 2, and let me change this one to yellow. And the value, so here is going to be maximum order, and change the value here as statistics. Then I'll grab the second or third index, and let me add the $ in front of it, and this is the maximum order. And also let me change this one to 2, the text, likewise this one also, and remove the A tag, and we have it as maximum order. And the maximum order is at index 3, this one, so I need to use index 3 instead. Yeah, we have 15 here, which correspond to this. And I also want to display the total sales. So the total sales is at second index, which is statistic 3. And let me change this one to green, and here as total sales as that, and change the color on the text to white. And the value, let me copy this to make our life easier, which is this one, index 2. And let's remove the A tag. And the total sales also, let me change the opacity to something like 200. Yeah. And we also have the average sale. Well, and I also want to display today's sales, but I can add more card, and that is, you can copy. For example, you can see I have a comment here, select that and then paste that, and you're going to have another card. But I want to maintain the 4 cards than to have some space here which is being not used, so I'm going to use only the 4, and I want to display the sales today over here. So here is going to be today's sales, and I want to use indigo for this, and well, it's supposed to be on this one instead, indigo. And then the value for the, so let me change this one to today's sale. So here is today's sales, and the color is going to be white, and the value is the last one, which is 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we are going to inject the $ statistics and 4, and let's remove this. Well, for the total sales, it's not the one I use over here. Yeah, this one is the average sales. Remember, we have total sales as, let me show one thing here. When we console log the stats, so let's do that one quickly, and let me show you over here. As you can see, we have sales today, and at this point we have made no sales today, so it is empty. So we're going to rely on this. So first of all, we are going to check if start.sale_today.length is equal to empty or 1 or 0, then it means that there is no sale for today. Then we are going to display 0, 0. Otherwise, we are going to loop through and sum up. You get it? Yeah. So for the meantime, we are going to just use a placeholder for that. So down here, which is this one, let's check. If start.sale_today.length is less than or equal to 0, then we are going to display $, and otherwise let's display this. But for the meantime, let's just use 0, and we come back and fix it. All right, but I think I need to use the indigo on the card itself. So yeah, this one instead. So here, indigo, and over here I can make use of red. The choice is mine. Yeah, and let me change the color to something like 200. Yeah, and let me bring this one first. I want to change the order. So the first one, this is the first one, and I will bring it here as that. Yeah, now we have perfect dashboard as it stands right now. We are on our way. The next step is allowing the admin to update the shipping to delivered or shipped or cancel. Let's continue in the next video, guys. In this video, we are going to implement managing of orders. Simply means that when a customer places an order and the admin is going to look at the status. If it is paid, then the admin is going to update the status to something like shipped or delivered or processing. Let's see how we are going to update an order to be shipped or delivered. Before we continue, guys, we don't need what is called manage orders here because we have it at the home of the admin. So when the admin click on edit, we need to open a form for the admin to update this order. And it's going to be pretty easy. And the process is going to be the same as updating the order. First of all, let's locate the component for updating, which is inside SRC component, admin, orders, and update orders. And over here, you can see that we have the state as order and set order. So by default, it is pending. And we are going to update with these values, whether pending, processing, shipped, or delivered. So we need to render this particular component. So let's get back to the app.js file and let's see the components if you have it. Let's locate the orders. This one is for products, coupons, and orders. Yeah, we have it here. So over here, we are going to use what is called update order. So let's bring in what is called update order, or let me copy one here and change this one to update orders. And here I want to use something like orders and / the ID of the order. So let's locate the orders list and let's have the pattern inside the table, which is this. So we are going to change this one to use link component. And over here, we are going to use to attribute. Let's make use of backtick / admin / orders. And then the ID can be found on the order._ID. So let's see the component. Let's refresh it. Well, we have some beautiful error. So let's see. And that is, I think it is on the component. Let's see that component that we have. Well, it is on the order statistics line number 14. So let's see, let's get back to the order statistics, which is this line number 14, this. The issue here is that by the time this component got mounted, we don't have the order statistics. So let's make condition before using the object.values. So first of all, let's check if we have an object and this one represents the orders. Then go ahead and use this. Otherwise, we are going to use empty array and this one will fix the issue. And there we go. All right, so let's continue with the updating order. So when I click on this edit, you can see that I have the form. But I think we can even make this form more beautiful than this one, right? But the choice is yours. Well, you can update this form to use a form and then the input field. But for the meantime, let's maintain this, guys. All right. So in the next video, we are going to create the action to update an order. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to create the action to update an order. So let's get back to the slice of orders. So let me close these ones. Likewise, these ones. And let's get back to Redux, slices, orders, and order slice. So here, I'm going to copy the one for placing order, which is this. So I'll copy that. And down here, I will say update order. And here as update order and update order. And the endpoint is orders update and then the ID. So here is going to be put method and orders update and then the ID. And we can get an ID from the payload. So for the payload, let's see what we need before we can update. Well, we need the status. If you look inside here, we pass in the ID and then the status. So we need to destructure from the payload as the ID and then the status. So let me use the status first. And then the ID. So this one will be no more. And we are going to pass in the status here. And the ID will be here as the ID. And for this, we are going to return the data. And that is it, guys. That is it. So let's go ahead and do the handling inside here. I'll copy one of these and paste it here and change this one to update order. And here I'll use single order. Likewise here as order. Next step is let's go ahead and dispatch the action. Well, I have some typing mistake for put method. It's supposed to be Axios dot put. All right, and to pass in the token. So let's go ahead and dispatch the action, and let's get back to the component, admin, orders, and update orders. Let's bring in the update order action as that. As you can see for this one, I'm not using a form, but just the input field as select. And I pass in the onChange handler, the value, and the value represent these ones. And this is what I need to send to the backend. So next step is that we are going to create the actual onChange handler, meaning that when the admin changes any of these, it's going to dispatch the action automatically. And it's going to be as this. First of all, let's create instance of dispatch. So here, I will say dispatch, and it's going to be const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. And inside the onChange, let me show you one thing here. Let's console log the event.target.value. So anytime I change the value inside, for example, from this to this, you can see I have it from here to here. I have it, and I want to dispatch the action automatically, so I can dispatch the action inside here, and it is going to be dispatch, then update order action. Remember, you need to pass in the ID and then the status, and the status can be found as the event.target.value, and then the ID. So I need to pass it as an object as that. And the values can be found inside the URL as this, so I can make use of the use params. Or even, I think I'm using the update inside the orders list. But let's remove this one, and let's grab the ID from the params as use params. So here I will say get the ID from params. Const, the structure the ID is equal to use params, and pass in the ID here. So inside here, you're going to pass in the ID as that. So let's have a look. All right, refresh it, and let me collapse this. Shipped. Let's look at the action. You can see that action has been dispatched to shipped. So let's look at the order, and you can see that status is shipped over here. When I update this one, the first one, to something like delivered. Now let's see. You can see that it's being delivered. So we can also display loading and error. All right, let's continue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by updating an order. And I made mention that we are going to display loading, but instead we want to display error in case we're going to have one. Otherwise, after updating, we want to redirect to the orders page as that. And also, I want to give more details about these orders, and that is, I want to show the admin whether an order has been paid. And the admin can look at what is called the payment method, and as you can see that not specified. But this information is not all that clear. It can happen that the payment was successful, but the payment method was unknown. So we are going to change this one to payment status. And that way, we're going to have the clear picture. And after that, we want to disable these buttons if the payment status is not paid. Otherwise, we are going to show these ones. So let's work on the payment status instead of the payment method. So back to the application, and SRC, component, admin, product, and orders and orders list. Here we have what is called the payment method. So let's change the title here as payment status. And here, instead of the method, it's going to be payment status. And as you can see, we have not paid. So let's make condition to disable this button. So let's see the icon for that, which is this. Can we add disable on it? I'm not sure it will, because it's not a button, right? So what we can do is that we can make condition here before displaying that. So it is going to be if the order dot payment status is not equal to not paid, make sure you type the exact name is uppercase not here. Then we are going to display something, otherwise display this. So over here, we can display a button, right? So, or better still, let me paste the same link also. And this time around, I'm not going to use to attribute and change the text to gray as that. and I can add some inline styling, and I will say cursor and not allowed, and there'll be no hover on it. So let's see. Well, for some reasons I still see this. So if it is not equal to, oh sorry, if it is equal to, yeah, this, then you can see that it has been graded out. And even I can increase the opacity or decrease something like 300. And you can see that it's being degraded. And also, I want to add some colors to the status. For example, if it is processing or not paid, we are going to add some background color to the status. Do you get it? So we are going to implement the same way we did for the stock. You can see we have something like this, and I want that. If it is not paid, then we are going to use something like this. So let's get back to the product and manage stocks. And this is the span for that. I want this one only, and come to the orders list. And should I change? Let's see. Should I change the color of the status? Yeah, I think we can do this one, or we can use it on this, the status not paid, then show red, otherwise green. Yeah, so let's do it on the payment status. So here, that is this particular text over here. We are going to make condition as if payment status is equal to not paid. Then we are going to display this one. Otherwise, we are going to display the payment status. And let's see, I think I'm messing up. It's supposed to be question mark. Yeah. So let's change this one to not paid. Or we can use the same property here and change the text to red. So background color is supposed to be red instead. And let's increase this one to 600. And for the text, let's make it gray and 300. Oh, put this one in an object. And we have not paid, not paid, not paid, and the button is being disabled. For the meantime, let's bring back the button so that I can redirect. I want to show you. So here, let's change something like not, so that we're going to have the link. So when I click on shift, then I want to redirect. So for this, you are going to use the window object. So let's get back to the update order, and after updating, then we can redirect. So here we can make condition that if we have, well, I think we don't have the data inside this particular component, so we can quickly do the redirect, and it is going to be window.location .href and take us to, let's have a look at the orders. It's supposed to be the admin as that. So let's try and see. Yeah, you can see that. So let's try to change this one to delivered. Now let's have a look. And delivered, everything is fine. Let's continue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by adding some styling and disabling the link, and also redirect after updating an order. In this video, we are going to work on the customers. We want to know how many customers that we have. And for this, we don't have a particular endpoint to get it done. But here is a trick. Remember that anytime a user purchases an item, that person is being regarded as a customer. So we are going to fetch all the orders, and inside the orders, we have the user, that's a customer. So if you get into the dashboard, this is where we have all the orders. And if you look inside the store, these are the orders actions. So let's look at the properties well. On the payload and orders, these are the orders, and this one represents a single user. And inside, we have the user, and then the order items, and then the shipping address. So what we want is a user, but unfortunately, we don't have the actual user, but instead we have the ID. But we can make it happen by getting the actual user by using populate at the back end. So let's get back to the API, controllers, orders, and getting all orders. This one. So we can change by using populate and use the user. So now let's see. Let's refresh it, and orders list fulfilled. Inside the orders, now we have the actual user. So we can grab the full name, the email, and even we can grab the country from the shipping address also. So let's do that one quickly. All right, but before that, let's remove this link here because we don't need it, because we are handling it inside the main dashboard. So let's get back to the admin and admin dashboard, this one, and let's look at the links here. Up here, this one is the home and this one is the manage orders. So let's remove this. Now it is gone. So let's focus on the customers, and you can see here that we are displaying a table as before. So inside the customers component, it is inside admin, and let's see the customers. Yeah, we have the customers here, and this is the customers table. So we are going to dispatch the action to get all orders. So we can even call this component inside the orders and pass in the orders, but let's dispatch the action inside this particular component. So we need the order action, and we can grab it from here as fetch orders and get orders. So I'm going to copy this and customers, paste it here, bring in the dispatch, the action, and use effect. We are good to go. So let's see. And you can see that orders list fetched. But what I want is the actual user. So let's console log the orders and orders. So let's see here. And over here, we have it as orders and orders. Let's save it and let's see inside the console. Let's refresh it. Well, for some reasons, we don't see it here, meaning we are targeting the wrong components. So let's see. Let's open the folder structure. Oh, sorry, supposed to be inside this. That is orders and customers, but not this folder, right? So I'm going to copy this, and for this, I'm going to paste it here, bottom and side, guys. And let me bring in this import as that. All right. So I can even remove this component, but let's maintain it. We have some error. Use selector. It's not defined. Let's save it and let's have a look. And as you can see, these are the orders. And for a single order, we have the user, which is this. And this is what we want to target, this particular user, right? So I want to make it more descriptive by using what is called customers. So over here, I'm going to remove the nested destruction and declare a variable called customers, and it's equal to orders.orders. And this one will be the same as before. So let's try to console log to confirm for the customers. And we have it as before. So now we can look through. So let's try to rename the table head and then content. So here I'll change this one to all customers. And the first one, I will use full name. Full name, and let's have a look at the property well. Check the console one more time. We have the email as email. And we also have the shipping address. We give us more details about the customer. So let's say the country, and city, and postal code and phone number. Let me use phone here and postal code. So over here, we are looping through the data. So we are going to use the customers. And here, the first one is, let's see the structure first, if everything is fine. Yeah, it is fine. So let's start with the first name. So here, like before, we are going to have one TD inside this. So I'm going to remove this. And let me change this one to customer. Or person is okay. And the key, let me use the full name. Is it full name? Or I think it's full name. Let me check. Lowercase or uppercase. Full name. User or lowercase. Yeah. So I'm going to use the full name. And after full name, we have the email and country. Email, country, and after country, we have city, phone, and postal code. City here, and phone, and the postal code. So here I'm going to remove the edit and change this one to postal code. Let's save it and let's see. Well, we have empty data, meaning that we are not doing something right. Well, it's supposed to be customer.user. That is what is inside the data. If you have a look, we have the actual order, that's a customer.user, and here we can grab the data. So I'm going to make use of .user here, and .user and user and user here as that. Yeah, this one will fix the issue. Well, I think for the city country, it is also on the shipping address. Yeah, so let's see, on the country is user.shipping address. So let's see first. Oh, we have an error. So let's see what we're gonna have. Let's check the console. We have the .user and we have the shipping address, then .country. Yeah, I believe this one will fix the issue. Yeah, I need to use the right property. So for the city, it will be here, user.shipping address, and that. Yeah, there we go. But you can see that we have duplicate users, so we need to avoid this. All right, let's continue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by displaying all the customers. But unfortunately, we have duplications of the customers. So let's avoid this. And we can achieve this in so many ways. We can use set method in JavaScript, or we can use filter method. And we are going to use filter with a combination of map. So over here, I will say remove duplicate. And it goes like this, const, and I will say unique customers is equal to, I will take the customers, then on that I'm going to use filter method and pass in the item which represent the customer, and here the index of the customer. Then I'm going to return as that, and inside I'm going to create new array based on the condition by using map. So I'm going to return and bring in the customers, and I'm going to use map on it. And for map, we have access to the individual customer inside here. Then we are going to return the customer.id. And on that, we are going to use index of and pass in the item, which is inside the filter and .id. If it is equal to the index of the item, then let's go ahead and console log the unique customers. Let's see, open the console, and you can see that we have an array of one record, and this is what we are going to use to loop through. So now, instead of using the raw customers here, we are going to use the unique customers. So let's see where we are looping through, and we are going to replace with this. Now let's have a look. Hey, we have one customer. So I can display the total customers here as all customers. So here I'm going to use curly braces and square brackets, and I'll make use of unique customers.length. Now let's see. Well, I would like to put the square bracket here instead around this and remove this one, the one inside, and this one. Yeah. All right, we have one customer. But I also want to display loading and error. So let's bring in the loading components. Is it loading component? Yeah, I think it's loading component. Let's resave it for the component, which is this. So I can bring in here as loading component. Then the error message. Also, I need to resave it as, no, I don't want the success. I want the error, which is this. All right, so the error message component. And inside the body here, the table head over here, I want to select all of them and check for loading. Then I will display the loading component. And I also want to check if we have some data, that is if you have some customers. So here, unique customers dot length, if it is less than or equal to 0, then we are going to use the no data component. I think for that one too, I need to resave it to have the auto import. And this is the component for no data. I think it is somewhere here. Let me check. No data. Yeah, this one. So as that. Otherwise, we are going to loop through the data, and let's see, we have loading and we have the record. All right, let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to allow the admin to add coupon. So let's locate this particular component, and I'm going to copy the link and back to the application app.js and Command F to find this component. And this is the component. Right click and go to definition, or inside the admin, then coupons, and this is the component. And as you can see, I have already handled the form for you. We have the start date and then the ending date, and then the code and then the discount. So let's try to console log the form data, and let's see if everything will be fine. Back to the application, open the console. Then the coupon name, I will say Black Friday. Then the discount, I'm going to give 70% discount. And then the start date and the ending date. All right, and add. And you can see we have the code and then the discount. What about the start date? Well, I forgot because we are keeping track about the date in a different state. So if I console log the start date and the ending date, I'll be able to see it. So next step is that we need to create an action for adding. And I believe we have it already. So let's get into the Redux, slices, and coupons. And here we go. We have it already, which is this one. Let's go ahead and dispatch the action inside these components. So let's bring in the create coupon action. And this is the action. Next is we will need to use dispatch and use selector. And that's all what we need. So up here, I will say dispatch. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. And inside the submit handler, this is where I'm going to dispatch to add coupon. And I'm going to pass in the payload. The first one is the discount, and it can be found on the form data.discount. Then the actual code is also inside form data.decode, and the start date and then the end date. All right, so you're all set. So let's go ahead and dispatch the same action. Well, server error, so let me refresh it and try again. Let me enter anything here as new and 30%, and that, let's check. All right, coupon create for failed, and inside the store we have the coupon and coupon created. So let's grab the actual data from that. So let's see the pathwell coupons, and inside we can go ahead and destructure that. All right, so down here I have it here already as coupon store, so I'm going to make use of use selector, then state, then I'm going to return state dot coupons, and let me grab the coupon here as well. So let's console log these properties to make sure that everything is intact. All right, let's have a look and let's check the console, and we have the actual data as that. And I have already handled the error. If you have an error, then we pass into the error component, and for success we pass in the success message, and for loading also I have already implemented that, because for this one too we have repeated ourselves many times. So let's go ahead and try to submit with empty data. Well, we still have, I think I need to refresh it before, and let's see. And as you can see, the validation is working fine. In the next video, we are going to display all the coupons. Let's continue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by creating a coupon. In this video, we are going to display all the coupons, and this is a component. So let's locate what is called manage coupon, and it can be found inside the admin coupon and manage coupons, which is this. So let's go ahead and require the action to fetch all the coupons, and for this one we have already done it, and that's the action. So we need the fetch coupons action. So back to manage coupons, let's bring in the fetch coupons action, and we need the use dispatch and use selector and use effect. Cool. So in here I will say dispatch const dispatch is equal to use dispatch, and here as get coupons, so we need the use selector here, then we grab the coupons from it as that. All right, so let's go ahead and console log the coupon, and let's see coupons instead. All right, so let's dispatch it before fetching. So up here I will say use effect, then the dependencies pass in dispatch, and dispatch here as fetch coupons action. Let's have a look. Well, we have an error, state is not defined. Oh, I need to bring state here as that. And as you can see, I have already implemented the logic for displaying that, and this is the implementation. First of all, I took the coupons array, and here I want to know how many coupons that we have, and for this one too we have done some before, and here I'm checking for loading and error, and then error message, and then the actual data, which is it. So here, in case there is no coupons, then we are going to display no data found. Otherwise, we are going to display it in a table to have something like this by taking the coupons and look through and display the data as that. So that's what we have. We have days left. So we can also make condition that if days left is less than 0, then we can say that coupon expired, and even we have the property on it as expired. So let's have a look on the coupon, and let's see, you can see that we have is expired. Let's add the status after the percentage. So let's scroll up to the table, which is this. Then I can copy this and paste here and make use of the status. All right, and let's come here after the status, which is, sorry, after the percentage, yeah, this one. Then we can go ahead and say is expired. And let's see, but here we cannot display true or false, so we can make a condition before displaying. I want to use the same format for the stock, something like this. So I need to go to the stock, which is product, and manage stocks, and this is the span I want to use inside the manage coupons, which is this part. So here, if it's expired, then we are going to display this, otherwise display that. So let's change this one to the color, the background to red, and let me increase the opacity, and the text let me use gray and make use of 300, and I will say expired. Then inside I will say active. All right, so let's have a look inside the manage coupons, and we have all of them being active. All right, the next step is to be able to edit a coupon. Let's continue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video by displaying the coupons. But before that, let's try to use one of these coupons to make sure that it's going to work. So let me open this and go to home page and to pretend to purchase an item. All right, so let's get to MERN and this one and choose color. It's already in the cart. So let me use different one, or I can proceed to checkout. Yeah. All right, so let me enter the coupon as new, and the coupon is valid. All right, so let's go ahead and update the coupon, and when I click on this pencil icon, you can see that it has opened this particular component, and the component is called update coupon, which is this, and going to be the same way we did for the creation. The difference here is to update. So I have already implemented the logic for you. Before updating, we want to pre-fill the form. All right, so we need the fetch single coupon, and let's get back to the coupon slice, and this is the action. For this one, we need to pass in the coupon code. So we're going to receive this one as param, as you see here. All these ones we have done it before, so it's time for us to use them. So let's get back to the manage coupon. No, it's supposed to be update coupon instead. So let's bring in the fetch coupon, which is this, and the update coupon, which is this. Let's see, it's not this one, but I think it's update. Well, that logic is not yet being implemented for the updating. So let's go ahead and create the update action. So I'm going to copy this for creation, and I will change this one to update coupon. And here is update. In the same process, we need the code, discount, start date, and then the ending date. And we also need the ID. If you look at the endpoint for the update, we need to pass in the ID of the coupon. So we also pass in the ID also as that. And we need to pass in the token because it is an authenticated endpoint. So here we are going to pass in, let's look at the path well, /update, and then the ID. And you pass in what we need, and that is these ones. And that is it for the action. Next step is let's handle it inside the slice. So I'm going to copy one of these ones and paste that and change this one to update and loading, and here is updated. Yeah, and that is it. So next step is let's fetch the single coupon. So let's look at how we are going to implement. Well, we have an error, so let's check what we have. Well, I'm calling the action with the same action type, so I need to change it. So let me locate the update. Well, it's update, and this one is create, but why am I using the same action type? Let me see the update. Oh, I need to use the update action instead. Cool. Let's get back to the coupons, and when I click on this link, I want to grab the coupon code and put it in the URL. So when I click on this, you can see that we have the coupon code here, and let's locate where we are clicking on, and that is the manage coupons. So let's get here as manage coupons, and inside the table this is a link, and as you can see I pass in the coupon code, and we are going to grab the coupon code here, and we can use what is called use params. And for this one too, I have already done it for you already. As you can see, I brought in the use params, and this is the code that we want to find. And inside the form data, you can see that I'm preferring the form with the value from the store. So let's go ahead and then dispatch the action. So let me bring this one here, and let me say get coupon code from URL. Then next step is let's fetch, and I'm going to assign this one to use selector. I think I need to import it as that, and state. Then we have access to the state and then the coupons. If you console log the coupon, you're going to see the single coupon. So let's dispatch the action here as use effect and pass in the dispatch and even the code also. So anytime the code changes, we want to rerun the component. So I think I need to bring in the dispatch also here as dispatch is equal to const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. I need to require it also. So I'll pass in dispatch as dependency also. And here we will call dispatch and pass in the fetch coupon, then pass in the coupon code, which is this. So let's see what we're gonna get. You can see that coupon single fetch for failed, and we have the coupon as that. So I need to use coupon.coupon, right? So let's see. Let me click on this, and as you can see, we have the data being pre-filled as that, because that's what I'm using inside the initial state as the coupon in the store, the coupon code, and then the discount itself. Now it's time to dispatch the action. So over here, I'll make use of dispatch and bring in the update coupon action, and the auto import is fine. And here we are going to pass in the ID of the coupon, and I think, yeah, we can get the ID from the coupon dot underscore ID, then the coupon code, right? And it can be found inside the state as, I think, supposed to be form data dot coupon. So code here is equal to form data dot code, then the discount also inside the form data dot discount, and lastly the start date and then the end date, and it will be all set. So let me dispatch the action. Let me check if I'm using put method. Oh no, it's supposed to be put method. Yeah, bad on my side. So let me go ahead and update that and change this one to 2 and the ending date something like this and update. All right, successful. All right, let's continue in the next video. In this video, let's see how we can delete a coupon. All right. For me, you can see that 2 of my coupons have expired. So let's see how we are going to implement the delete. And going to be pretty simple. Just pass in the ID of the coupon, and that is all. So let's locate the actions, and I'm not sure we have one for deleting, so we can copy this and paste it here. Change this one to delete coupon as delete coupon, and here we need the ID of the coupon, and let's look at the endpoint well, which is this is /delete and then the ID. So is delete and / the ID, and that is all. And let's remove this, and let's handle it inside here for deleting. And for deleting, let's see. All right, so here is delete, and let me change this one quickly before I'll forget. And for deleting, loading, and we are going to update any state and change this one to is deleted, and yeah, remove these ones, and that is all for the deleting. So let's locate the manage coupons, which is this, and we have the handler to perform the deleting, or we can dispatch the action inside the table itself. So let's locate where we have the deleting. But I want to reload. So I need to pass in inside this function here. So we need the ID of the coupon, and it can be found as use params. So let's require that. Then we have access to the ID. And yeah, so inside here, dispatch, then delete coupon, action, then pass in the ID. And that is all, guys. We are done. So let's try out. Well, code is not defined inside here. Yeah, that is the deleting. Yeah, for deleting, we are not going to send anything, but we need to pass in the config because it is authenticated endpoint. So I think this one too, we need to send a token for the updating. Let me see. All right, yeah, we are passing in a token. So let me copy this one to get a token. And inside the deleting, which is this, pass here and remove the function body and pass in the config. All right, let's check the console. All right, I need to use the action. I forgot. So delete here. Yeah, we have the same delete here. But why am I receiving that warning? Oh, so here it's supposed to be delete. Yeah, good. So when I click on this one, let's see. Wow, I need to use the right method as delete. And click on that. Loading. Well, I couldn't delete that. I still have it. But let's see. When I click on that, and we are going to look inside. Oh, it is gone. Yeah, I need to refresh it. Yeah. Hey, everything is fine. Oh, I need to refresh it before fetching it. Yeah. So what I want to do is that I want to refresh the page after clicking on the delete. Here, I'm going to use the built-in reload as reload the page. And going to be as window.location.reload as that. And let's see. This one will be gone. And indeed, it is gone. Perfect. Let's continue in the next video, guys. In this video, we are going to work on the categories, and we have done it, and that is when I click on the add category, I can add the brand, the color, and then the category itself. So it's time for us to fetch all these. So let's get into the fetching of categories, which is manage categories. So let's continue with the fetching categories. So I want to change this one to all categories. So let's get back to the dashboard. That is the component, admin, and admin dashboard. So I want to change, I want this one, dashboard. I want the customers. And for product lens, I want the product itself, manage stocks. I want it. I want the add coupon field and manage coupons. So here as manage coupons. I also want that. And for the categories here, I will say all categories. And for colors, I'm going to remove this one because we already have it inside the links. And for brands also, we have the actual name here. Yeah, so let's see what we have. We have add categories, and it contains the brand, color, and then the actual add category. So here going to be all categories, all colors, and all brands. So let's start with the all categories. All right, so let's get back to the slides, and we are going to fetch all categories. So here we go. Let me check. Yeah, this is the action. So I'll copy that and back to the component. That is the all categories. So inside the admin, this is the categories, and where is the field for manage categories? This one. All right, so here we are going to dispatch the action. So let's bring in use dispatch and use selector, then use effect. All right, so here we go. Pass in the dispatch. So up here as dispatch, and const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Then pass in here as dispatch and pass in fetch categories action. And let's see. All right, categories all fetched, and let me use the use selector here as use selector. Then you have access to the states and state.categories. Save it and let's see. Well, we have an error, and let's check the error type, which is the map. So it means that unless we do nested destruction by grabbing the categories, and this one will fix the issue. And hey, there we go. We have all the categories with the images, and then they added by. Well, I don't want to display who added the category, right? So the same format, I'm using map to look through the data as that and display it accordingly. So I want to remove the created by, because there is an admin who can add categories. So let me scroll down and let's see what we have for the created by. I'm not sure we have it here. So after the number of products, which is somewhere here, number of products, yeah, this one. So I need to remove this field, yeah, this one particularly for the user. And there we go. And I also want to remove the edits and deletes, because this one is your challenge. So this one is for edits. You see the comment over here. Let me collapse it. Let me comment it as that. And then the delete icon also, let me also comment that. And up here, remove this one, the delete, and remove the edit. And that is cool, right? Perfect. The next one is going to be colors and then the brands. And going to be the same format as this. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, let's fetch all the colors and brands. It's going to be the same way we did for the categories itself. So let's get back to the Redux and let's locate the brands, and we have the action for fetching all, which is this. So let's locate the component, and that is the add brand colors list. Well, I need to change this one to something like colors or brands list, but it's okay. So I'm going to rename this one to brands list, and likewise the name. And I think I need to do the import well inside the app line number 34, because I've changed the file name. So let's get back to the app, which is line number 34, which is this. No, yeah, this one. It's now brands list. So let me change the actual name here to brands list. So here as all brands, yeah. I think brand colors is not defined on line number 71. 71, yeah, this one. So this one is for colors, so don't worry. Let me comment out. We get back to it very soon. Yeah. So when I click on all brands, I want to fetch that, and going to be the same way we did for the categories. So over here, let me bring in the fetch brands action, and I want, let me see if I'm looping through the data here. Yeah, or better still, guys, I can use the categories itself, yeah, to make our life easier, right? So this is a category list. I think it is manage categories, this one instead. So I'm going to copy the entire component and back to the all brands or brands list, and replace this component with that. And I'm going to change this one to brands list. And let's bring in the dispatch, and here fetch bronze action. Yeah, and here change this one to bronze as that. So let's see if it will dispatch. Well, I need to require these ones. For example, okay, I can bring them here quickly to make our life easier, right? Yeah, like that. And let's remove this. And yeah, you're all set. I think I need to bring in the loading also. So manage categories, these ones. And here we go. Well, let's see the error. All right, because the way we are destructing the data here. Cool. So in here, we are going to use what is called bronze, and we are going to destructure it like that. And yeah, so let's scroll down here and make use of the bronze as that. And categories is not defined, line number 55. So this one is supposed to be bronze. Yeah, good guys, there we go. So for bronze, I want the name only, and even for this guys, you can use a card to display them. So I want the name, then the created at, and that is all. So over here, I'm going to remove this particular div, and I want the name, and let's see the other properties. Yeah, names, and I also want the name here. Yeah, just the name and then the created at. So I don't want this one. Let's see. Yeah, I like this one. All right, so I'll change this one to all bronze categories, and I can use this one as bronze.length. Yeah, we have 5 of them. The next one is going to be the colors. I'm going to be the same way. So let's get back to the component itself and duplicate this and change this one to colors list. And change this one to colors list. And back to the app, this is where we commented out this. So let's change this one to colors list. And let's see. Yay, there we go. All colors. So let's dispatch fetch colors action. So let's get back to the Redux slices and colors, and we have the action for fetching colors, which is this. So let's bring in, let me remove this one from here, fetch colors action, and pass in here and change this one to all instances of bronze to colors. And let's remove this placeholder and all colors categories, and here as colors. And inside here we are checking for colors, and for the looping too we are checking for the colors. And let's change this one to color as that. Yeah, save it. And even for the brands, let's also change the data inside here to brand, not to category, even though it worked, but let's make it more descriptive. Yeah, all colors categories loading, and let's wait. All right, that is it guys. Let's continue in the next video. If you have made it up to this point in this course, I would say big, very big congratulations, because we've gone through a lot. So what has left is just, modification and improving the application. For example, I want to use the red name here as the login user, and that is the admin. And also on the page here, I want to show the navbar if the login user is not an admin. So first of all, let's work on the navbar. All right, so back to let me close these opening tabs and this one, and let's get back to the app, which is this. And over here, we are going to dispatch some action, and that is to get the user profile. Or better still, we can grab the user from the local storage, but I prefer to use the data from the store. I want to have one source of data, and that is inside the store. All right, so here, the way we did for the off route, let me show you one thing here. Let's get back to components and off route, which is this. It's going to be the same implementation. And even for here, we use the data from the local storage. But this time around, I want to use the data from the store. So I'm going to dispatch the action here, all right, to get an admin. So let's bring in get profile. I think I need to resave it. That is the redux and slices and users. And this is the action I want to dispatch. So here, I will bring in the get, is it fetch or get? Let me see. It's get user profile action. Get user profile action. And use selector and use dispatch and use effect. So in here, I will say dispatch const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Then use effect. Then pass in dispatch. And inside dispatch, then get user profile. So let's see. And we have user profile here fetched. So let's see the store. We have the users and profile. And this is what I want to use, the profile. Or better still, we can rely on the user of. And I want this one instead, the user of. And this one means that the user has logged in. That's why we have the user of here. So it's going to be the same format. So let's see. We have the dot users and profile dot users and user of. Yeah. So let's bring in the use selector as get user from store. Use selector, then state dot user. And here const, I want the user of is equal to that. So let's see. It's supposed to be users instead. And inside the user of, we have the user info and user found and the token. Wow, we need to dive in more. So here as users, and we want, so let me console log the user of, save it, and let's look inside the console. Unless we go to the admin route, let's refresh it. And line number 13, we have the data. So what we want is user of and user found and is admin. So it's going to be user info dot user found dot is admin. So dot user info dot user found, and I think we have it here already as that. So here as dot is admin. Yeah, so let's see, and we have true. So I'm going to rely on this. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here as that, and remove the local storage and this one also. Great, so this one is done. The next step is I want to display the navbar, which is this. But I want to check if the login user is an admin. Then I want to hide this navbar and use the admin only. So it's going to be the same process we did for this. So I'm going to copy this. And inside the app, paste it here and bring in the use dispatch and get profile. All right, so here we are going to check if is admin. Therefore, if it's not admin, then we are going to display the navbar. All right, I need to bring in the use selector and use effect. Hey, there you go. When I log out, for the meantime, let's do it manually. And user info log out. And you can see we have the navbar here. And I can go to the cart. But for this cart, I still see my previous data. And we can also check to see if the user is logged in. So we can put this one behind authentication, or we can leave it as it is. But when the user click on checkout, as you can see, we have the error. So we can maintain this. So let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to implement logging out of a user. As it stands right now, we can only log out by manually removing the user from local storage. So let's see how we're going to implement that. First of all, we are going to add an icon over here. So if you go to hero icons over here, let's search for logout. And for this, you can use the SVG or the JSX. So I'll copy the JSX and let's locate the navbar. All right. So inside the SRC component, navbar, and this, let's locate the authenticated links. So let's start from here and scroll down. These ones are the actual nav links, and this one is public. Likewise, this, and let's locate the private links. And here we go. Over here, we have one that is the profile, and this is the icon. So I'm going to add another div inside this. And even for this, let's use a button. And I'll paste the GSS or the SVG. Now let's see what we have. And here we go. We have the logout. And let me add some class name as text gray as 500, and let's see. All right, it's cool. So next step is, let's see how logging out is going to work. Well, logging out simply means that removing the token from the local storage, and that is removing the entire user info from the local storage. And we can achieve this by creating an action for it. So let's get back to the slice of the users, and that is the Redux slices, users, and here we go. So over here, we are going to create one action. And let me copy this. And down here, paste it. Change this one to logout. And logout user, or logout for short. And for this, we are not going to make use of any HTTP request. So let's remove this. And likewise this, the whole idea is to remove the user from local storage. So here, let's bring in the local storage dot remove item, and we want to remove the user info. As simple as that. And here we can return true. And even for this, we can remove try and catch, because for local storage, we know that everything will be successful. Next step is, let's handle it inside the slices so that we can remove the user from the local storage. And for this, I only need one. So here I will say logout. Paste that and change this one to logout action. And here, let's look at where we are logging in. And login is somewhere here, this one. You can see that upon successful logging in, we are putting the user inside this field, and that is the user of and user info. And this is what we have specified inside the initial state as that. So we are going to remove it. So let's copy the state for the logging in, which is this. And for logout, change this one to now. And that is it. And let's remove this. So let's get back to the navbar over here. And we are going to dispatch the action inside here. All right. So I want to reload the page when a user logs out. So I can create a handler for it up here. For the meantime, let's bring in the logout action as that, and I'm going to create logout handler, and it is going to be const logout handler, then dispatch, then pass in the logout action. And for this, I want to reload the page, or better still, I can dispatch the action to get the data from local storage so that it can remove the navbar, that's the private navbar, to give us public navbar. But for some reasons, let's look at the error here. I need to change the action type inside the slice of logout. So here is logout. So over here, let's go ahead and dispatch the action and let's see. I think the logout is here. Let me add a comment here as logout. And on the button, it is going to be on click. Then pass in the logout handler. Now let's have a look. Let me open the local storage and click on this. And you can see that it is being removed. And when I refresh it, even it has refreshed already, you can see that we have these two navbars. So let's try to avoid this. So let's see. Yeah, we still have two navbars. So we need to modify this one also. But the good news is that we have logged out the user. And if I log in back again, which is log in, well, I got an error. So let's see what is wrong. I think the issue is, let's look at the store for fetching profile and please log in. Invalid login, and the error is saying that token expired. Log in again. All right, so let's fix this issue in the next video. This is where we left in the previous video after logging out. And this is a message that we got if I want to go to my profile page. So let's look at the error well. It says that it found object with keys, meaning that we are trying to use object as a string. So let's locate the customer profile, and it can be found, let me close this once. It can be found inside the component users and customer profile. Over here, we are checking for error. And here, it is not a string, but instead an object. So if you want the actual error message, it's going to be dot message. Let's save it and let's check it out. And as you can see here, we have two navbars, meaning that the implementation I did for showing the navbar, there's something wrong with it. As you can see, well, it's supposed to be the app. Over here, you can see that I'm checking if the login user is not admin, then I will display that. And down here too, I am display that because I have logged out. So these two navbars will be rendered. So let me remove this. And this is what we have. And also, I want to show the navbar if the login user is an admin also. Let's save it and let's have a look. And we have one navbar. Alright, but one thing is that I don't want to display the error message from the server. But instead, let's use some component or redirect if the user is trying to access some protected component. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to avoid using the error message from the server, but instead, we are going to redirect if a user is not logged in. And we have the off route or the private or the protected component being already implemented. And that is inside the off route, which is this. Over here, we are checking if the user is logged in. Otherwise, we are going to redirect the user to login page. So we are going to use this one to render the customer component and even any component that is protected. So let's get into the app. And first of all, this is a component called off route, which is this. So we are going to use that one instead of using the route from React Router DOM. And this is a component. So inside the element, I'm going to cut it from here and make use of off route. And inside, I'll paste the component as that. And let's refresh it. And with that, we have the redirect. And also, when a user logs in, we want to redirect the user. And we have that logic already inside the login component, which is this. But for some reasons, this is not the ideal way, because anytime I try to access that, this condition run and it's trying to push me to the admin or the customer dashboard. So let's see what I mean. When I say this, and as you can see, the way our component is rendering, and I don't want that. So over here, we are going to check for only one condition, and we are going to use effect for that. And that is, we will check if the user has logged in. So we are going to use what is called use effect. Then the array as that. So inside here, we are going to check if the user has logged in. Then we'll push the user to the home page. So let's remove this. Then we are going to pass in the user info as dependencies, meaning that if this value change, try to rerun the use effect. So let's see, and you can see that it has taken me to the home page. If I log out as that, I'm still on the home page, but if I try to sign in and sign in success, you can see that I'm in the home page and I see these navbars. All right, let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to protect the private component, and we have the logic already, and that is the off route. So we are going to look through these paths and see which component is protected. Then we are going to use the off route. For login and register, it's going to be public, but for the others, we are going to protect that unless you are logged in. So I'm going to copy this, and inside here, or let me cut this one from here and make use of the off route and paste that. Likewise, the shopping cart, you need to log in before, or let me see the shopping cart. No, we can leave it, but when it's time for you to make the payment, that is where we want you to log in. So let's remove this. So let's maintain this. And for review, unless you are logged in. And for the all categories, no. And finding single categories, no. Homepage, no. And customers, this one is for admin only. So we are going to pass in the admin route as that. And for the order payment, this one is for login user. I think we have order payment down here. Yeah. Order payment and order payment. I think we have two of them. So let's remove this one from here. This one. Yeah, so let's try and see if I go to proceed to checkout. Well, I think this component, let me see. Yeah, so what about this order payment? Let me look at the path well. Order payment and order payment. Yeah, let me look at the components for this and this order payment component. Wow, it renders the same component. So let's remove this. Yeah, for the update of orders, it is the admin responsibility. So it's going to be admin's route. Then for fetching colors, also admin's responsibilities. Oh no, this one is public. But for the add color is admin's responsibility. And add brand, it's also admin responsibility. Then update categories, also admin's responsibility. Then manage categories, also admin responsibilities. And add categories also as admin's responsibilities. Let's remove this. This one is for spacing. And update coupon, Also admin responsibilities, and add coupon, also admin's responsibility, and update product, also admin's responsibility, and manage stocks, also admin's responsibilities, and manage stocks also as admin responsibility, and add product, also admin's responsibility, and orders list as admin's responsibility. Cool. So now we have functional application with the validation and checking all being in place. So I want to log out and create account. For this one, I want to create John. And I want to show you something. John at gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5. All right, I think, let me check. Fulfilled. And I want to redirect after successful registration, but it's okay for now. So let me sign in with John with a password. And if I try to go to admin, you can see we have admin only. And I don't want to display this text, but instead I want to display a component. And I have already prepared the component for you, and I'll provide it for you, which is admin only, this component. It is inside not authorized. I just added this folder. So we're going to use this component to render some text. So let's get back to the admin's route. And instead of returning this text, we are going to render the component as admin only. Here we are going to render the admin only component. And here we go. Sorry, operation not allowed, admin only, and go home. All right, perfect. So let's continue in the next video, and we are going to work on the coupon. We want to display the current coupon over here. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to display the coupon code over here. So let's locate this particular navbar, and it is inside the navbar component, which is this. And let's scroll down and let's have a look. I think it is up here, or no, it's somewhere here. Let's scroll down. And here we go. That is the top navigation on desktop. And here we have what is called get free delivery on orders over $100. But instead, we are going to display the coupon over here. And I want to change the background color to yellow or to red. And let me decrease the opacity to 500. And we have something like this. So how are we going to display the coupon code over here? And for displaying of the coupon, we have two ways of doing it. One is we can dispatch an action to fetch a single coupon, and also fetch all coupons and take the current coupon. But unfortunately, what we want to do is that inside the admin dashboard, let me log out and log in as admin. And let me show you something here. Let me get back to my dashboard as admin, like that. And here, when I click on add coupon, as soon as I add the coupon, I want this current coupon to be on the home page, which is this. So we are going to fetch all the coupons and take the current coupon. And we are going to implement the same logic under manage coupons. We are going to fetch all the coupons. So let's go to the admin and coupons and manage coupons, this one. And we are going to grab this logic for fetching coupons. So I'll take that and remove this. And inside the navbar, I'm going to paste it inside here as that. So the comment as coupons. And we have instance of the dispatch already. So let's bring in the action as that. So here, let's display all the coupons and let's see. Line number 52. So let's see in the console. That's line number 52, which is this. And we have the coupons here. So it's supposed to be dot coupons. So let me see. And we have exactly the coupon. So over here, how can we get the current data in an array? And going to be pretty simple to do. So first of all, I will declare a variable as get current coupon. And it goes like this: const current coupon is equal to the coupons dot coupons, then the square brackets, and I'll take the array of the coupons, which is this. That is the coupons dot coupons. And I'm going to use dot length, then -1 to get the current document as that. So here I'll console log the current coupon. So let's see in the console, and we have it as an object as that. Great. So over here, we can go ahead and use current coupon dot discount, or the name. I think, yeah, it's supposed to be dot code. So over here, that is this one. We are going to check if we have current coupon. Then we are going to display the current coupon dot code. Otherwise, we will say no flash sale at the moment. So let's see what we have. And we have New Year sale. And I also want to add the discount also. So I'm going to put this one in a backtick like that, and use curly braces as that, and also curly braces, and use the current coupon dot discount. And we have it, and I want to add the percentage as that. And there you go. So when the admin creates new coupon, let's have a look. And let's get back to add coupon, and we have Bravo. So let's see. Well, we have an error. So let's see. Cannot read property of undefined, line number 53. So let's make condition before using this square bracket on it. So here, bring question mark and period. And this one will fix the issue. And there we go. But let's try to avoid or fix this issue that is randomly displaying that. Let's get into that in the next video. In this video, let's avoid the annoying pop-up of the success component. Anytime I type in anything inside the input field, I see good job. So what is the problem? Well, you can pause this video and think about it. Let me show you where the problem is. The issue is that we are relying a property in the store, and that is added to be able to display the component. So when we dispatch the action to fetch all coupons, we mistakenly change is added to true. So it always depends on this one to render the component. So we need to modify this one a little bit. So let's get back to the Redux, SRC, and slice, and coupons, and here we go. For fetching all, you can see that we are saying is added is true here. So let's remove this. Likewise, this one. So let's look through one more time to make sure that we are using the properties well. This one is added, perfect, and is added is here. For update, good, is updated, delete is deleted, and fetching all right. And for single, yeah, let's remove this one for single. Likewise, this for fetching single, we don't need is added. And yeah, so we will all set. So let's try again and refresh it, and you can see I can type whatever I want. So let's try to add new coupon, and it will appear here. Let's have a look. I want to add Black Friday, and I want to give discount of 60%, and the start date, then the ending date, and add it. Well, I think I need to choose something like this. The date, discount cannot be less than 0 or greater than. All right, so I need to provide the 60 here, and Black Friday as that. Success. So let's have a look and let's refresh it, and you can see that we have Black Friday. Good. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, we are going to modify the navbar here for the admin. As you can see, unless I scroll up like this before I can see the dashboard. So you can hide the navbar when you are an admin, or we can add some padding on the navbar here. That's the side navbar. So let's locate that component. So let's get back to the component, admin, and admin dashboard. And line number 336 on my code, this is a wrapper. And you can change this one to red. And let's have a look, and it's been red. You can make use of yellow, and let me decrease it something like 500, something like this, but I prefer the cyan. Okay, so I want to add padding top. You can see that the padding top here is too small, so let me choose 32. Save it, and let's have a look, and you can see that I can see the dashboard. All right, in the next video, I want to show the days left along the coupon code and then discount. In this video, I want to display the days left for the coupon as that. And also, I want to push the text at the center of the navbar. So let's get back to the navbar component, and inside the component, navbar and navbar. And this is the logic for displaying the coupon, and I can add the days left. Remember that we have that property on the discount. If you check inside the store for the coupons, let's search for one, and let me show you the property I'm referring to, which is days left. So we are going to use days left also. So after this, I'm going to add comma and $ curly braces, and I will say coupon is current coupon instead dot days left, and we have it at 38 days left, and let's push it at the center. So I'm going to add some inline styling as style and curly braces, text, align, center. Let's see, it couldn't obey because the width of this p tab is not up to 100%. So let's change the width to 100%, and there we go. In this video, we are going to modify the CSS for the navbar for the coupon. Well, I forgot that this navbar is part of the links for logging in and then the registration. So when I log out, and you can see that we have the text being messed up over here. So we can maintain this one by pushing it at the left side here, or we can create a specific navbar for the coupon, and that is what I'm going to do. So over here, I'm going to change this one back to gray. That is the previous color as that, and let me increase the as 800. Now let's see. This what we have. I want to use this one for the nav links, and this is the top navigation. So I'm going to collapse it and copy this and paste it here. Before pasting, I want to check if we have a coupon, meaning that if the coupon is not expired, then we are going to display the coupon navbar. So I want to bring it here as that, and it goes like this. If current coupon dot has expired or is expired, let me look at the property well for the coupon, which is coupons, and is expired. Yeah, so is expired. All right, so if it is not expired, so let's change this one to true. Then we are going to display that. So for this, we are going to remove these ones from here as that, and I want to change the color to yellow, and let me add the comment as coupon navbar. So let me decrease the opacity to 600. Yeah, 6 is okay. So inside the navigation, I'm going to remove the logic for the coupon. So let's have a look, and there you go. I like this one. So when I sign in, and you see that it is gone. So when a user logs in, we are going to remove this navbar. So let's get here, which is the top navigation. So we are going to check if the user is not logged in, then we are going to show that. So over here, let me select that and let me cut it, and let's see what we have. You see that it is gone. So we are going to check if it is logged in, and that is if it is not logged in. Then we are going to show that. Yeah. So when I log out, you can see that I see it. When I click on sign in, and it is gone, and we have our Black Friday. All right, let's continue in the next video. The next component that we want to improve is the registration component. So let's click on that. And when a user is registered, I want to redirect the user to sign in page. But the implementation that we did previously is not the right way. So let me show you something here. That is inside the component, users forms and register form. Over here, this is the way we are redirecting the user. And this is not the recommended way. This one will continue to re-render our component. So we need to use what is called use effect. So I'm going to select this and cut it and use effect. Then the callback function, and inside we are going to depend on the user. When a user is registered, we're going to have a property on the user. So here I will paste that and remove the comment as that. With this one, let's save it and let's have a look. As you can see, I cannot go back to the sign in, simply because we have the property on the user in the store, which is users and user, which is object. So let's use nar. That way we're going to have false for the user. So let's get back to the register action over here, and let's change this one to nar than to use object. So with this one, let's refresh it and click on this. And you can see that it is fine, but we have another issue, and that is this pop-up. Well, the issue here is that we are dispatching the get user profile in the app. And as you can see in the store, we have profile fetch rejected because the user is not logged in. So we need to modify the app.js file, which is this. Over here, we are dispatching the action to get a user profile. In that way, we're going to have this property as that is admin. And even for this, we don't need this one anymore because we are relying on the navbar in all the use cases. For example, whether you are admin or a customer, you want to show this navbar. So I can go ahead and remove this one. But in case you want to hide the navbar from the admin, then you can remove this one and the problem will be fixed. So let's remove this one also, and the issue will be fixed. Now I can refresh and everything is fine like that. But I want to remove the logic completely because I want to show the number whether you are admin or normal customer. All right, and that is it for that. Let's continue in the next video. The next thing that we want to improve upon is when a user is logged in. Let's log in and let me show you something inside the local storage. All right, so let's open the local storage and here we go. On the user, which is the user info, you can see that we have all the user details inside the local storage. And I don't want that. You can see we have the orders here as well, the password, the shipping address, and others. I don't want that. I want to save is admin and then the token, and that is all I need, right? So we need to modify the backend endpoint. So let's locate the user, which is the controller and users. And let's find the login, which is this. As you can see here that we are sending the entire user, but I want to send some specific data about the user. So here we can use what is called select on the query. And I want to send the data I need about the user, and that is the full name and then its admin. But the caveat here is that this function for create password, it needs the user password, the one that we are sending inside the console log as we see here. So we are going to use the select method, but instead the response over here we are going to send as an object. And let me add comma here. And I want to send the full name and can be found on the user found dot full name and is admin, and it is user found dot is admin. And I think, yeah, I want these ones only. So let's see. Let me log out and let me log in back as well. Let me refresh it. Yeah, and sign in. And let's check the user info. And this time around, we have these ones. And even I can remove the user info completely because we are making a request to fetch the user. Yeah, so we can even remove this one entirely and just send the token to the client. So now let's log out. So let's sign in and let's have a look. And now we have the token only. The next step is that I want to refresh the page when a user logs out. In this video, we are going to redirect when a user logs out. So let me log in, and unless I refresh it before I can see the private navbar, which are these ones. So let me log out again and let's see. Unless I refresh it before I see it. So we're going to implement these two for logging in and for logging out. So let's locate the navbar, and it is inside the navbar. And here we go. Down here, this is where we are logging out, and this is the logout handler. So we can dispatch the action to get a user profile. In that way, it's going to check if we have the user login inside the store, or we can use the built-in method on the window as window.location.reload. So now let's log in as that, and let me refresh it and log out, and now you can see that it worked. Let's implement the same thing for the thing is for logging in. Yeah, so let's see the login action. I think for that one we don't have a handler on the login in, so let's scroll down. This one is the sign in. All right, so let's locate the login component. I believe that one. Yeah, this one. And yeah, we have the handler here for logging in, so we can say reload. For the signing in, I want to push the user to home page instead, as href is equal to /. So now let's have a look. When I click on this, and there we go, and when I log out, everything is fine. In this video, let's add a link, and that is go to admin dashboard if the login user is an admin. As it stands right now, unless we manually enter the path called admin, and that is where we can have the dashboard. So let's locate the private navbar, which is this one, and let's get back to the navbar component, which is this one. And when you scroll down after the logo, which is this, and where we have the icons for the user, which represent this one and that, we are going to add a link, and I have the code already. For you, I'm not sure you're going to have it. Otherwise, you need to type it from scratch, or you can use any link or a button. All right, so when I save this one, you can see that we have admin dashboard, and we want to show this if the login user is an admin. So next step is that we are going to base on the login user. So we need to grab the login user from the store, which represents users and user of and user info and user found, and we have is admin. So let's try to select the user. So let's get back to the component that is up here, and let's see, do we have the user? And we can even rely on the user from the local storage. So we can choose the data from the local storage or grab the data from the store. So let's console log the user. And I think this one going to make our life easier. So let's see inside the console. And we have the user here as is admin. So it's going to be user.userfound.isAdmin. Then we can go ahead and show the button. So let's locate the link for the admin, and it is somewhere here. Yeah, this one. So I'm going to select this, cut it, and make a condition as user.userfound is admin. Then we can go ahead and show that button, and we have it as that. If you log in as not an admin, this link will not be shown. So let's provide a link using link components from React Router DOM. Then let's provide the path. and it should go to admin. So now let's see. Let me get back to the home page and let me click on admin dashboard. And we are on the admin dashboard. And I think for this one, the spacing is not that good. So let's locate the link for the user, which is this, and let's provide some margin right to something like 2 pixels. And this one is okay for my likeness. Let's continue in the next video. In this video, let me show you something here, and that is for the orders. Over here, you can see that all the payment status are not paid. And the issue is that our webhook is not working. This means that the webhook endpoint must be running before you can see the payment status. And one thing you need to bear in mind is that in production, we are going to use our deployed URL. So let me show you how you're going to do it after we deploy the backend. If you go to Stripe and click on Developers, and click on Webhooks, and click on Add Endpoint. Previously, we used to have the test in local environment because we were just playing around and test our webhook. But now that we have the implementation being done, we are going to add our endpoint. So click on Add Endpoint here. And over here, we are going to provide our deployed URL of our backend and click on Add Endpoint. And that is all. So anytime a user purchases an order or product, you're going to see the payment status being updated. In this video, we are going to deploy our application to the internet. So let's get started. When it comes to deployment, we have different services providers. And if you have worked with the API development section of this course, we have deployed the backend API to render. In this video, we are going to deploy our front end also to different services provider, and that is Netlify. So let's search for Netlify. Then let's click on this link, or better still, you can go to netlify.com. Next step is let's create an account by clicking on sign up, and make sure that you sign up with GitHub because this one will make our life easier. And I have already signed up and it has taken me to my dashboard. For me, I have a couple of projects I have already deployed. Next step is that we need to push our code to Netlify. So as we did for the API development, we need to prepare our project for deployment. When I say preparing the project, it simply means that we are going to secure all the sensitive data that we don't want to expose to the outside world. And for this application, we don't have any sensitive data. And inside the base URL, in production, we don't have access to the local URL. And for this, we are going to use our deployed API as we did under the API section. If you are working with the front end only, I'll provide the base URL, which is this. So I'll copy this, and here I'll paste that, and I'll make use of const and base URL is supposed to be const base URL is equal to that. Put it inside quotes as that, and I need to add API /version 1 as that. So now I can comment this one out. So when I save this one, it's going to use the deployed API instead of the local one. So if I refresh the application, let's have a look. As you can see, it still worked. We have all the products in our application because now we are sourcing the base URL from our live endpoint. So the next step is that we need to push this one to GitHub. All right, so let's continue in the next video. Now that we have finished preparing our client side for deployment, next step is that we are going to push our code to GitHub. And the purpose is that Netlify is going to pull the code from GitHub and use it on their server for the actual deployment. So next step is that we are going to create new repository for it. And if you log in into your GitHub account, go ahead and create new repository. And I'm going to create one, and I'll call this one as e-commerce. Let me say MERN Stack e-commerce. And let me add course at the end. And you can provide description for your project. And here you can select whether public or private. And I will make mine as public. And I want to initialize my project, so I'll click on add readme file. And the main branch is main, that's by default. So I'll click on create repository. Great. Next step is that I'm going to clone by clicking on this icon. And let me open the default terminal. Or you can use Visual Studio Code. And I'm going to clone it into this folder called Emmanuel, and that is my user. So git clone supposed to be git clone. And let's wait, it has finished. If I check the folder, which is this, let's have a look. And we have MERN e-commerce course. And I'm going to open this one instead. As it stands right now, there are no files inside this. So I'm going to open that. Next step is that I'm going to copy the existing code, which is this. And I don't want to send the node module, so I'll copy that. And back here, paste it as that. So next step is that I'm going to push this one to GitHub. So let me open the terminal and clear it and get started. And I have this. Remember that I have already initialized the project from GitHub when we're creating the repository. So next step is, let me clear it, make use of git add, git commit, and I will say final project, and git push origin main. All right, so let's refresh it. And here we go. We have the client-side project being pushed to GitHub. Next step is, let's get to Netlify, and here let's click on add new site and import from existing project, and we are going to connect using GitHub. And over here, let's search the repository that we want to deploy. And here for the owner, that is my username, and we are going to deploy from the branch from GitHub, that is main. And here leave it as default. By the build command, let's use CI equal to npm run build. So this one is going to build our client side from GitHub. So let's click on deploy site. And while it is deploying, we can provide our own custom favicon and even change the title here. So let's get back to the client side and we can change the title quickly here. So let's locate this and make use of MERN e-commerce or iNovoShop. All right. And you can provide your custom favicon if you want it. So with these changes, unless we redeploy the application, but let's wait while this one is in progress. So let's click on this production deploys and let's have a look the progress of our deployment. Make sure that you leave some space after the equal sign and then the npm run build in case you have some difficulties deploying. All right, it has finished deploying. So let's come up here and let's have a look, or let's click on preview and let's see. And this is our site. Great. So next step is that let's go ahead and change the name. As you can see, I don't want to have these IDs like that. So let's click on the home page icon here and on the site. And this is our site. Click on that and click on site settings and change site name. And I will say iNovoShop as that. And when I click on iNovoShop, there we go. Great. Guys, so we have production application. When I click on any of these and when I refresh it, let's look at the error. As you can see, page not found. So let's fix this one in the next video. Let's fix this issue of page not found after deployment. Alright, so let's get back to the project itself. Inside the public folder, we are going to create one file called redirect without any extension. And inside, bring / * and / index.html and space 200, and that is it. With this one, let's commit because we have made changes to our project. And with this one, as soon as we push to GitHub, it's going to have automatic redeploying. So let's do that one quickly and git commit. And I will say fixed netlify error and git push origin main. All right, so let's get into the netlify and let's have a look. As you can see, it is redeploying it again, and let's have a look. All right, as you can see the progress. And for this, if you want to have a custom domain, you can go ahead and do that one. So let me show you. If you want to do that, click on the project, and here we have what is called domain settings. And here you can add a domain. And let's say we want to search for inovoshop.com. Let's see, let's verify it, and it's already been taken. Let me add 2 at the end, and it's available, and you can register for $12 per year, and you'll be good to go. After you pay, it's going to be automatically use the custom domain, or the step going to be pretty easy if you want to do that. So let's get back to the application and let's have a look. Well, we have completed, which is this. All right, so I can go ahead and refresh the page, and there we go. It has been fixed. So I can go here and add product, and I'll be all set if I click on proceed and log in, and everything remains the same. So guys, here ends this project for MERN stock, and as time goes on, I'll be improving this application by adding a couple of features to it. With that being said, bravo and thanks for your time too.